than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real-action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I am here with Benedict Arnold, Friar Tuck. Tonight's game is going to be a $200 no-limit buy-in game. The blinds for this game are 3 and 5, Dave. We have some familiar faces on the table, but we also have some new people on the table. So without further ado, let's get to the action.
Let's do that. Well, in seat 1, it looks like we've got Nadiv, there he is. Seat 2, we've got Luis. There we go. And seat 3, we've got Russ Fox. There we go. Seat 4, we got Lloyd. Lloyd looks like he's got some chips there, huh? Lloyd's got probably about $600 already. Wow. Seat 5, we've got Ruth. And look at her sweet little English mom behind her, Mary Mom. There she is. Sweet Mary from England. Seat 6, we've got Albie. There he is. Seat 7, we've got Varushan. Come on with a nickname for that guy. Seat 8, there's Rima. Seat 9, we've got Katie.
Couple females on the table. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with our chips here on the Bicycle Casino, the yellow chips are $5 chips, and the blue chips are $1 chips.
Katie looks like a badass. Look at that hat pulled down and the glasses on.
Players usually stack their chips in 20 chip denominations, which just means a stack of yellow is $100. Again, the blinds for this game are 3 and 5. This is our second to last Saturday night here. Second to last Saturday night on the show, which means there's one more Saturday, Dave, before we move to a Monday through Friday lineup. Looks like right off the bat here, seat 1 has raised in late position with ace-jack offsuit, and he is going to take it down. Katie had limped in with a queen-10 offsuit.
Interesting little factoid on Katie Roach there in seat 9. There she is. She is her hometown is Santa Ana. She's been playing poker for 2 years. Her favorite player is her uncle, Dottie Roach, who supposedly has won 2 World Series of poker bracelets. I'll have to check that out. Dottie Roach is her uncle. And when we ask her if she's loose, aggressive, or tight, she says, "You'll find out."
Ooh. Dave, of course, I called you Benedict Arnold because we had a discussion last night about U.S. versus British soccer, and you said that you'd be rooting for British soccer over U.S. soccer, and of course I just watched the scoreless first half between Mexico.
Thrilling, scintillating game.
And I'm constantly clicking back over to ESPN to see the score.
Ruth here's got trip aces.
Yes, she does, and she's checked it from up front. Now she has quads.
Wow.
She's got quad aces.
Now this is not going to be a jackpot.
Yeah, and Rima has bet with a
because both hole cards have to play. Even though Lloyd has aces full of 10s or better,
yep,
and Ruth has 4 aces, they're not going to play because both your hole cards have to play.
And the river is a queen. And look at this. She's checked quads again, Dave. That's 2 times in 2 nights a player has checked quads on the river.
Hey, well.
And she calls. She's called on the river with her quads. Wow, what a call.
Yeah, I mean, well, it takes a lot of guts to call that, you know?
Yeah.
Some chutzpah. She's got chutzpah.
Of course, that would be... Well, actually, that's not the nuts hand. Maybe she was scared of Jack-10 of diamonds. She could have lost to Jack-10 of diamonds.
Right, and it would not have been a jackpot. Once again, both your hole cards have to play for the bad beat jackpot. In that case, she actually had 4 aces with a king kicker.
Yep.
And her 3 obviously does not play.
Well, maybe we're going to have another Twilight Zone again. Don't know if she realized she had pretty much the nut hand, Dave, or didn't put any money in there. Checked the flop, called the turn, called the river with 4 aces.
Well, this is one of more of our beginner games. This is a $200 buy-in game.
Yeah.
And, obviously we'll see some unorthodox play. Sometimes not really to mix it up, just because, these players are still learning.
Well, Ruth is raised here with pocket tens from the button, and he's heads up with Rima. With ace-6, flop comes queen 8-2. She has bet, and Rima's going to fold, and she's going to take it down there.
And she had the button there. She used position there to take down the pot.
Oh, we had a pretty interesting game last night, Dave.
And we got a little chip count up there. Even though it is a $200 buying game, obviously the players have been playing for a while. Lloyd in the lead up there with 620. Russ with his 200. Let's see how Russ does.
Yep, Russ Fox, and this will be one of the last times we see Russ Fox because he can only play on Saturdays.
Right.
And we're going to have a four-way pot here limped around. Jack 7-8 rainbow.
Yeah, Russ can actually only come out at night. He's part undead.
Got checked around. The turn is an ace.
And does anybody have anything? No, Lloyd is still in the lead here with sixes. Wow.
And seat 4 has bet 15, and he's going to take it down there with a pair of sixes.
Take it down, Mr. Brown.
And look at this, Dave. I'm checking on the score right now. The U.S. has jumped out in front of the Mexicans 2-0.
Well, there you go. U.S., go U.S., go U.S.
It looks like they scored a goal in the 88th minute there and the 40th. Oh,
wow. I was on the edge of my seat. I'll be able to sleep better tonight. Thank you.
I thought it was interesting that the U.S. decided to have that game in Ohio against Mexico, as opposed to Los Angeles,
right,
Miami, New York.
Well, there's a big Mexican population in Columbus, Ohio, and,
right.
and they want to make sure they can, make sure they're, the Mexican Americans can attend the game.
Yep. Looks like seat 1 raised here to $10 with Queen 7 offsuit, and he got called in 4 spots. And the flop comes 4-5-7. But Rima is going to bet right out on bottom pair here from early position with ace-4.
That's a good laydown there by Katie. Katie had a bottom pair threes there, obviously, with a gut shot straight draw. But if the 6 comes, it's it's really dangerous. It's not really. She's got the ass end of it.
Yeah. Well, the original raiser with Queen 7 is going to call a top pair, and Ruth's in there with an open-ended straight draw, and the turn is a 9. And Rima checks, and now Nadiv bets with Queen 7. He's going to bet 40. And Ruth is going to call with the straight draw. And we are heads up. And the river is a 10, and she's backed in with one of her overcards to the best hand here, Dave.
Yeah.
And it gets checked down, and Ruth is going to take it down with 6-10.
Well, she might have thought that. She might have thought, okay, I'm open-ended. If I hit an 8 or a 3, I'm good. And obviously, maybe if I hit my 10, I'm good too. And Ruth is on fire so far. Well, good for the United States. Great.
Our internet audience.
Once again, I'm not anti-United States. I root for the United States. But obviously, I have an affection. I have a soft spot for England as well, since my wife is. Well, actually, my wife is actually born here. It was her parents that are English. My wife is a Santa Barbara girl.
It's quite a rivalry between the U.S. and Mexico. Of course, the U.S.
Exactly.
beat Mexico in the World Cup last time in the quarters.
Yeah, that was a great game.
Looks like seat 5 raised, seat 7 called, and Rima's going to go all in here.
He's had enough with King Jack offsuit.
King Jack offsuit. He's going to move all in. Ruth raised with Ace Queen. And see if she makes the call. She has the best hand. And she's going to call.
And we've got Ruth is a little bit of a favorite here, but it's pretty much a race.
Ace Queen against
About
King Jack.
3-2 favorite Ruth is.
Oh, and look at that. Rima flops top pair, but Ruth has overcards.
And just for the record, this is pretty much the exact way I got knocked out of the Legends of Poker main event. Except that I moved in with Ace Queen and got called by King Jack.
The turn is a 4. And the river is a 5. And Rima's going to win there with a pair of jacks.
Not that I'm bitter or anything, but literally almost the same thing. Jack comes on the flop, and sure enough, just like that.
going to be interesting to see Russ Fox in his probably his final
35.
final appearance on Live the
Yeah, this is a Russ Fox tribute here.
Yeah. Seat 7 is going to raise to 35. He's got Ace King, it looks like. Seat 2 is going to call with pocket 6s. Ruth is in there, and Albie's got pocket 8s, and he's going to make the call as well.
And, wow, here we got
More players.
Varujan.
$260
King
pot
there.
here to the flop. Ooh, Ace 6-5. Ace King flops top pair, but a set of 6s for Lewis.
We're going to have fireworks. There it is.
And Seat 7's going to move all in with the Ace King.
110.
And I'm not sure, but Luis might call.
Yeah. Let's see if he raises here, Dave. No, he's just going to call.
I don't
Call
mind
with
that.
the set. And Seat 7 very would have to catch running aces and kings to make a full house, or running clubs.
Yeah, some sort of runner here.
Ace King against a set of 6s.
And that's going to do it.
Yeah, turns a deuce. And the river's a jack, and Lewis takes it down with a set of 6s.
Nice answer.
And Dave, that was about a $400 pot there.
There you go. Money can fly around in this game. This is actually the game that I was playing yesterday when I was... I was actually involved in about a $1,200 pot, $800 pot. In this game, suddenly you start getting chips on the table and people buy in a couple of times. You end up getting $2,000, $3,000 on the table. It can be real exciting.
Small blind C2.
Interestingly, I wore that hot pink tank top the other day to start off the show. I was thinking of auctioning it off to benefit the victims of the hurricane, hoping I could maybe get a quarter for it.
4 players.
But I will match whatever the auction is.
There's no rake on this game, right?
Four-way action here. It's limped around. And the flop comes 5-8-7. Lewis has top pair there in seat 2. But Nadiv, he's bet with an open-ended straight draw.
There's no rake, right?
Rima has called with a gut shot, and everyone calls. Everyone's got a little piece of this. Russ Fox is in there with top pair. The turn is a 7.
Doesn't help anybody.
Lewis still, Russ Fox still has the best hand there.
Yeah, well, Russ now has the backdoor flush draw as well.
Gets checked around, and the river's a king, and Russ is, it's going to chop it up now. Dave, Lewis, and Russ are going to chop it up. If Lewis turns his hand over there in seat 2. Saved by the river.
And once again, it's your best 5 cards. They both have 2 pair, 8s and 7s, with a king kicker. Take it down, Mr. Fox. Foxy lady. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Dave.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new schedule.
Okay. I mean, usually you're really, really, very excited, energetic. You seem a little down. Having a bad day?
Really?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe I just haven't taken my stimulant supplements for the day yet today.
That could be it. What is that stuff called you take? This the Speedy?
Cross tops. No, I'm just kidding.
No, the stuff from upstate New York. What is it? Speedy sauce.
Oh, speedy sauce.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. We gotta get you some
Yeah.
Speedy sauce.
Trucker
You'll be
speed.
okay.
Russ Fox is going to raise here. It looks like he's in the big blind with pocket 10s. I believe the button is in seat 1. And he's in the small blind, and he's going to take it down there.
Take it down. He made about a $25 raise there, so. I'm curious. Now, does Russ pretty much raise the same amount with all his holdings?
You wonder how many people out there have the Russ Fox book. I forget the name of the book, Dave, off the top of my head. But it is...
I refuse to promote it until he gives us a free copy.
Yeah. But it's
Sorry.
all about restricted buy-in, no-limit hold'em.
Yeah, I honestly have not read it.
Interesting.
Internet can't see our cards. They can or cannot.
And I try to read all books, but just out of protest, I'm not reading it until he gives me a copy.
This pot is limped around here. Flop comes ace, 10, 7. Looks like Albie has top pair over there with ace, jack. And Albie plays very, very straightforward, Dave. Very straightforward.
They focus not that high. They're not that good for the ceiling tiles.
And what kind of internet TV is it? Like that?
So
block-
it's a
like-
website.
But I mean, is it like
Good streaming video, yes, definitely.
And he's going to take it down here with a $20 bet. There you go.
Quite good once at one time.
Oh, you got rabbit cams. I didn't even know that.
Nice dynamic on this table here. We got a couple of looser guys, a couple of guys straightforward. Should make for an interesting night.
Everyone's got a rabbit.
Again, we want to thank everybody for hopping on the bike, coming and watching live at the bike. If you want to watch this show and any of the other shows that we have saved, we've saved them all. Over 1,100 hours of live poker. You can click on the on-demand banner. $14.95 gets you a subscription to all the action. And I've been reading up in 2+2 land, Dave, about how the show with Barry Greenstein, the 2 shows he's done alone, is probably worth a subscription. A lot of valuable information in there. And he was on for all 4 hours last Wednesday.
I mean, we have, countless highlights. Obviously, your own commentary, Shirley Rosario's commentary, Barry Greenstein, Kenneth James, Doyle Brunson.
Yep.
Men the Master has been in here, Antonio S. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on.
For some of you people who were with us way back in the beginning, Greg Raymer, back in February, did about 2.5 hours
Greg Raymer?
on the show. 3-way action. Looked like Ace Queen brought it in for a raise there over there in seat 9. She's flop top pair. Queen 9-3, a couple of diamonds.
Ruth's
has a
got the
flush
draw. Yeah. She's going to bet the draw.
I think Katie actually bet.
Did she? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see
Katie bet, and Ruth was check called here with 4 of the diamonds.
Katie's got about $230 left on her.
Turns a jack. And Katie's moved all in here, Dave.
Well, that's a big bet.
She's going to push it all in.
How much is the pot here?
Dave, the pot's about 150, and she's moved all in for 250.
Now, it might have been kind of playing her opponent, because her opponent only has about 120.
Yeah.
So she's moving in, but not really. She's.
Oh, and Ruth is going to commit herself to the draw. She could catch a 10 to win as well. And the river is an 8, and she doesn't get there. Katie's going to take it down there with ace-queen. Ruth had a gut shot straight draw with the flush draw she picked up on the turn.
Yeah, and draws will be the death of you in No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
Because too often you're just not getting the right odds to go for it.
And obviously there as well, Dave, if she wants to factor in her straight draw, she also has to factor in the fact that if the 10 comes, anyone with the king would also beat her. So I don't really consider that really a clean out, or you really have to reduce your odds when you're counting your outs
she's
there.
she's calling for the diamond, which is 9 diamonds. And with 1 card to go, it's very easy. You can think of it and go, okay, well, I know my 2 cards. There are 4 cards in the middle. There's 6 cards, which means 46 cards left in the deck, 9 of which help me. Well,
Is that the one where he's like at the poker
35 bad cards and 36 bad ones and 9 good ones. So in that case, she obviously was not getting the odds to call.
Seat 1 is raised here with ace-5 offsuit. Button is in seat 5. Ruth is called on the butt with queen 9, and Reem is in there with 7-9 offsuit. Well, this is definitely not a tight game, Dave, so far. About a $60 pot to the flop. Queen 10 deuce. Ruth picked up top pair.
I think I'm gonna take all your, Canadian one.
Check. Action's over to Ruth.
And just look at Sweet Mary behind her, peering in.
She's going to bet $25.
She's
here,
adorable.
Dave. She's going to take it down.
You just want to bottle her up and take her home.
So if you're a true Brit convert, are you into drinking gin?
Occasional gin and tonic is good.
Yeah, gin and tonic.
Yeah, I like tonic, to be honest with you. Actually,
You know what Winston Churchill said about martinis? You take a look at the vermouth bottle across the room when you're making it.
$15.
I don't consider myself a Brit convert. Like I said, I just have a soft side for it. Oh no, you probably spent more time there than I have.
Oh, actually, I've lived there for 3
exactly.
years.
I've been there 6 times, but each time has only been about a week to 2 weeks. Well, I actually got my next England trip planned already for next April or May.
I always wondered why they can't come over. I mean, English food gets a bad rap. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. It really isn't that good. I mean, I enjoy pub food. It's not like going to a 5-star French restaurant. But what they really have going for themselves are the chip shops. shops. Why can't they have a genuine fish and chip shop here in the U.S.?
They actually have one in Pasadena that's actually really
Genuine,
good.
like where they serve it in like little paper cone and they put salt and vinegar on it. Charge you like 5 pence for the ketchup on the side.
It's not quite that genuine, but the owners are English, and it's got a very English feel to it, and they've got a little English shop where you can buy, beans.
Maltesers.
They'll have that, actually. Maltesers and so forth.
Ace,
Lake Bar.
Ace 4-7 here.
The button.
Seed 7 raised pre-flop with Ace 10. He's picked up top pair. And he's going to bet it here. Ace 10. $35.
I can't imagine anybody calling this. It's interesting. When you were talking about poker before, and I was saying how, when you're trying to figure out, should I call somebody, and you're trying to figure out the odds, obviously somebody goes, well, that's a lot of mathematics, I thought I could just play with my instincts. And it's kind of like when you're building the perfect poker player, it's a little bit of mathematics and a little bit of instincts and a little bit of intelligence. You throw in some discipline and patience and a little bit of aggressiveness, and that's what it is. Howard Lederer actually usually says, you've got to have a firm grasp of what the math is and what the odds are. But then once you have that firm grasp, kind of let it go and let your instincts go.
Well, C.W. Glock 27, I believe, what was his name, Brian? The gentleman that came out here, I'll get to it. Yeah, I think his name is Brian. He has posted that Seed 8 is the low-limit Jesus, Dave. He played with him for 10 hours when he was out on his trip here, so he's an action player.
Well, we saw him move in with King Jack.
Ooh, look at this. Vary has, he's flopped a full house, and Albie raised with Ace King, and it went check, check.
Come on, 10.
Turns a 3.
Slow play it one more time. Maybe a 10 will come.
20.
Albie's going to bet 20 now with the Ace King.
This might be a time to actually smooth call when it's heads up.
And he does. He does call. And the river is a jack. Unfortunately, well, that's going to kill a lot of his action. It is a third spade.
Hey, you might possibly get a, if you bet like about $40, maybe
yeah,
you
you
get
might
a call.
get a call with an ace. No,
okay.
Albie's not going to call.
He's not going to go for it.
And I'm going to call him again Vary, because I can't pronounce his name. V-A-R-Y. He gets.
Vary works. Rarely are you and I opponents for slow playing, but that might not have been a bad time to do it. Maybe the guy gets lucky, and maybe he has spades,
Yep.
Or maybe a 10 falls and the ace king gets a straight and thinks it's good.
I don't remember. Hey, Floppy. Yeah, when did you begin to like your hand? That's kind of one of those,
Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman, here with Bart Hansen, and we are watching the Russ Tribute night.
Well, we don't really know. Is this going to be his last night? I think I just said that, but now
That's
I
what he
realize
said.
It is, okay.
He said this will be his last night.
Maybe we can get some Eye of the Tiger music or something towards the end of the show.
I'll see what I can do for you.
Three-way action here, limped around.
$15 pot in here. Blinds are $3 and $5.
King 10 queen. Albie's got bottom 2 pair here, and Lewis has got top pair and an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, we're going to get some fireworks here, I think.
Albie's going to bet, looks like $10. Nadiv's got 5-9. He's going to fold. And Lewis is going to raise it up.
Oh, he's got top pair and an open-ended straight draw, and there's no flush out there.
Well, now if you're Albie... Oh, look at that. And Albie just folds. I tell you, he's tight, Dave. Very tight.
He just folded?
Just folded, yep. And the turn was a queen. Albie would have filled up.
Please.
He just he's got... I have to say, I mean, people... Again, if you've watched
Wow.
Live at the Bike for a long time, Albie really is the tightest player we've ever had on the show. If people remember him...
Does he
from
win?
Before... He is incredibly tight.
Okay, does he win?
You're behind one.
I mean, that's a pretty passive play there, just folding to any raise with the queen 10 there. And what I mean by tight, Dave, is I don't necessarily know about pre-flop starting hand requirements, but just play. Maybe conservative is more of the word I'm looking for.
Passive.
Passive, yeah.
No, her husband plays 6-12 Omaha.
Handsy like.
That's a pretty wild game over
I
there.
mean, he just folded.
Nice guy.
I mean, the guy like blew on the pot, and he said, "Oh, 2 pair must not be good," and he threw it away.
Vary has raised here with
Wow.
pocket 10s, and Ruth is called with king 8, and Ruth outflops him. And Ruth bets. She bets $20 here.
Two of you.
And Vary calls. Turns a 9. Now she's picked up a straight draw as well.
No slowdown in her.
40.
She's going to bet 40.
Yeah, nice value bet there.
And Vary's in trouble.
Yeah, she's going to suck his blood out here. Look at this.
Vary calls. And the river is an 8, and now she's made kings up. And why not bet again? How do you put Vary necessarily on a 6 if you raise pre-flop?
No. You just keep.
Yeah.
But probably only actually the club is the scarier thing, but I like the bet. And if he
Yeah.
raises, okay. I mean, unless you want to check it and induce a bluff. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's different ways to play the hand.
I don't like the call here by Vary here at all, Dave.
Kings and
Well, there's nothing. Exactly.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
If she was betting the king all along, well, you can't beat it. If she was
Right.
betting a flush draw, well, you can't beat that either now. What can you beat?
What is it? 5-7 versus 8 of the river, 8 of 9.
Well, I tell you, if Rima is the low limit, no limit Jesus, he's gonna have to step it up. Maybe we can get him a hat. RLT.
20.
Looks like seat 5, Ruth's got ace jack, and she raised. And a couple callers there, pocket 8s and queen 10 for seat 7. Here we go to the flop. Flop comes 5, 9, 10. Queen 10, Vary has the best hand. Lloyd is checked from up front with pocket 8s.
35.
Ruth checks and Vary bets. A lot of people there in Lloyd's spot might have bet right out to see where he's at, Dave, in your
Yeah,
position.
no, definitely. Not a bad spot to bet it.
How much money you got?
And again, check calling here. Maybe you can make the case that, well, I was going to check raise someone all in here if he didn't have much with 8s. Okay,
You know,
maybe.
though, Vary just paid her off with 10s, though, the whole way.
And this is what he's going to do. Lloyd's going to raise here, Dave. He's
Yeah.
going to check raise him. Probably all in because he only has 55 more. And Lloyd's in real bad shape.
Yeah, Vary's not going to go
No,
anywhere
of
here.
course not. He's got top pair.
I mean, if this was
And he
obviously-
shouldn't go anywhere. We're in a
No, if this
short
was
stack.
Albie, he might go somewhere. But
Yeah.
he's only got $50 left. He's not going anywhere. And sure enough, boom.
Lloyd would have to catch an 8 here or,
Or
run
run a run.
straight. He turns at 9, so that's he's going to need to catch an 8 here on the river.
Yeah.
And the
No.
river is a 6, and Vary's going to win there with the 10, queen 10.
And 9s.
Vary's looking at him. So
He's kind of surprised. He goes, "Oh, I got the best hand. Cool."
Yeah.
Interesting play there by Lloyd. Some other highlights from our archives actually you can check out. We've got Scotty Wynn commentating. We've got Ted Forrest playing. Tuan Lee playing. Jerry Buss playing. Tim Fan, who's all-star playing. Kathy
Yeah.
Liebert.
Yeah, well, if people, again, I'll go back to some of the older archives back in February and March where some of the people might not have discovered Live Bike. Definitely check out the first couple of weeks when we had our 400, 800 Hold'em game. Chad Brown versus Ted Forrest hand is kind of legendary now. And they both know about it because they both talked to me about it in Vegas during
Right.
Rio.
But it's amazing. I mean, the amount of people we've had on this show, basically we've had almost everybody who's anybody in poker, we've had on this show.
Seat 8.
It's really fabulous.
Looks like a raise here.
2 of you.
By I believe it was by seat 8 with ace queen, and Ruth is called with ace jack, and both players hit top pair here, Dave.
And Ruth is in all sorts of
And it goes
kickoffs here.
check, check, Dave, and the turn's a king.
50.
A little slow play in them both.
And Ruth is going to bet 50 now.
And
Now let's see what Rima does. And he's just going to call. Wow. Well, here's a difference between him and Jesus, because Jesus bets his good hands and his bad hands, Dave.
50.
And now Ruth bets, and now Rima has slow played to the river, and he pushes all in.
well, it's going to work in this case. I mean, I think all the money would have gone in on the flop also.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have made a
At
difference.
this level. And Ruth says she calls, and Rima's going to take it down there with ace queen.
Yep, take our
And,
plays here.
again, and that's about a $400 pot right there. And when we talk about being an action player, which is sometimes why Patrick goes on incredible streaks, people who are familiar with Patrick, and for that matter, Jesus, is that they might come in with some ridiculous raises with some stupid hands, but if they catch something, they're going to bet it anyway.
Yeah.
Why would you slow play the hands that you make?
Well, if you're an aggressive player,
yeah.
you want to play it all the way.
Yeah.
Play it the same way each way. It's the reason why sometimes you look at a player like Patrick or Jesus and you go, oh, what a terrible player. I'd love playing with a guy like that. Playing with guys like that, it sometimes can be tough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, it's tough to put them on a hand. It's tough to know if they're bluffing or not. You've really got to rely on your reading abilities.
Or free ballet, maybe.
I mean, sometimes I even think if Patrick and Jesus, guys like that, if they could just tone it down a little bit and try to, like, basically work on a little money control and
I'm going to change it up right now.
change gears a little bit, they'd be really dangerous.
Look at this. Rima's got ace-queen again, and he's again heads up against Ruth. And the flop comes ace-jack-king, and he's flop top pair again. Let's see how he plays it. He checks it again, Dave.
Well, hey, he's consistent.
He's checked it again. The turn's a 3. He checks again, and the river's a 7. Ruth checks, and now he bets, which means he probably was slow playing it again here, Dave. I just, like I said, I don't necessarily want to get on
Well, it's
some
an
of these
interesting
guys
slope.
that
Like,
play in the 200 game.
the flop is ace, king, jack. It's not like ace, queen is like...
Yeah, I just... Yeah.
Well, hey, to each their own. As long as it's his chips, he can do it with him as he pleases.
Well, it's just like we say, a lot of times at this level, people put money in the pot when they have the worst hand and refuse to put money in the pot when they have the best hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't make logical sense, but it's the truth.
Right.
You know?
Well, they think they're being tricky and they're slow playing and they're
Yeah.
trapping people. And,
Yeah.
you know, and this is, like, in the end, a lot of people you can make a lot of money in this game, but it is a training ground for a lot of players. It's where players start to play no limit hold'em.
He'll like page you twice if he wants you to hold.
Pot is limped around here. Ace, deuce, 8. Ace, deuce, 8. And Albie's got top pair. Well, there you go. Like I said, starting hand requirements. He's got ace, 8 off suit. Trying to see where the button is here. It's in
Button
seat
in seat
5, so
five.
he was in the small blind, Dave. And he's going to check raise. He's got top 2 pair. And when Albie check raises you, boy, he's got a minimum of 2 pair, right?
Exactly.
Probably top 2. In this case, because we saw him bet out and bottom 2 and then fold to a
Right.
raise.
What was interesting last night when we saw Alan and Tony knocked up a hand, they both had the same hand. Flop came out queen 8-5, and they both had 8-5. And Tony bet, and Alan check raised. And Tony actually laid the hand down, and I talked to Tony later about it, and he said, I know Alan well. I know if Alan's check raising me, because he knows I'm a solid player, he knows if Alan's check raising me, he has minimum 2 pair. And he figured he didn't want to put money in there to possibly chop the pot, at best.
Lewis here under the gun is going to make it 15 to go. He's got pocket queens.
There's 4 players.
And you get called in 3 spots, so we've got a $60 pot here. Ace, king, 8, 3 flush. He's got the queen of clubs in his hand. He's got the nut flush draw, but Nadiv has a king.
20.
And Ruth has 2 pair. She's got bottom 2 pair, and she's bet 20. Rima's going to fold the red jack 10.
Let's see if what Luis does this with this 2 queens, the queen of
Nadiv
clubs.
folds. Well, if he makes a move, I think Ruth's going to call regardless. He just smooth calls here.
Yeah, she doesn't have much money.
The turn's a club, and he's got the nut flush. And he checks it, and she continues to bet. She bets 40. And this is what you say, Dave, when you're out of position, what are you just going to check call and then bet the river and hope she calls?
Yeah.
You might want to put some money in here, and it looks like he is going to check raise. Looks like he's going to make it 80. Yeah, and she's going to call here with 2 pairs. She's going to need to spike a king or an 8 here on the
Ruth was
river.
playing much better when her mother was behind her.
Oh, the river's a 6. And Ruth's probably got about 50 left.
At this point, Ruth can't even beat a pair of aces. I mean, ace anything because there's a 6 on the board.
Well, she folds it.
Did
folds
she?
at
Okay,
the
good.
end.
Good.
Right, the king 8 would not beat a single ace.
Right, even if the guy was check raising with, say,
Yeah.
ace 10 and making a move without a club.
Yep.
Let's give her credit, though, for laying that down, at least.
Of course, if you want to follow a live thread that goes on, You can go to 2plus2.com spelled out. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments in the forum section. And hop on the official Live at the Bike thread for 9/3, September 3rd. I was talking about WSBK TV in Boston, and Kev Math actually posted up something at the end of last night's show, and I couldn't get to respond to it. Very impressive that he was talking about Ask the Manager and the Movie Loft.
It lives in Syracuse.
If anyone's out there. Oh, Ruth flopped the flush.
Yeah. And Lloyd has the king of clubs.
Yeah, and Ruth is just going to bet here. She doesn't have much left. And Rima's going to call with 6-7. And now if you're Lloyd, when you've got a side pot, do you raise here or just smooth call and see what happens? Because you got a side pot between Rima and Lloyd. Rima's still, I believe Rima is still in the hand.
Yeah, and he's in really bad shape.
Well, the turn's an ace.
He's picked up outs. He needs a 6 or an ace now.
And the river is an 8. And Ruth is going to take it all.
Take it all.
I just wonder at that point, Dave, to build a side pot, do you raise the guy out who just called Ruth in between? If you're
Yeah, well, I don't.
Lloyd.
There is no side pot though, because Rima just called, and if he bluffs out the other guy, well, then he's going to win nothing. He's raising. Raising with no equity.
But what I'm saying is, making a little bit of a raise, maybe the minimum.
What's the point of it though? I don't see the point of raising Rima in that case.
Because Rima has called the initial 20. And
Okay.
if you raise him to 20 more, now you're building yourself up a pot. I see what you mean. There's an ace out there.
He's building up a pot where he's clearly behind, because he had no pair. All he has a king of club draw, right? I mean, it's kind of like the same thing at a tournament. You see some guys, they bluff out. There's no side pot, and you bluff out somebody, and now it's you versus an all-in person.
Yeah.
Because you can't bluff out the all-in person.
Yeah. Jack 9-3 here on the flop. Turn is an 8.
35.
Vari has a straight. Vari has turned the straight.
Yes, he has. And
Yeah,
Lewis
he's
has a flush draw.
Probably by the end.
And Barry bets and
Takes it down.
wants it.
Some people don't know that one thing is, if there's a side pot, obviously you want to play your hand straight so you can win the pot, especially the side pot. But if there's no side pot, and you're on a pure draw, there's not much point, there's not much equity involved. It doesn't make much sense, basically, to bluff out the third person, leaving yourself heads up with a guy you can't beat.
Right.
Because it's all risk, no reward. I mean, if he raised $40 and Rima has nothing, Rima's going to throw it away, and he's going to, congratulations, you've now won the side pot, which is 0.
Right.
And if Rima calls him, well, then he's definitely behind.
Albie has raised here in early position, Dave. So what do you put on? A minimum of pocket jacks? And he's got pocket jacks.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Because I don't think Albie raises pocket 10s in early position.
Thank you.
He's in second position here.
Now, Russ Fox has got pocket 8s.
Yep. And I think he knows that. Look at that. He mucks it. Because, again, he knows how tight Albie is.
There's 4 players.
And we've got 4-way action. Queen 4-10. And look at this. Ruth has flopped top 2 pair. And she's going to bet.
Seems like everybody's got 2 pairs, so, you know.
And like I said here, Dave, Albie, very, very passive. I'd imagine that he's going to fold this without a doubt.
But Ruth doesn't really slow play her hands, you know. She hits 2 pairs, she bets it, right?
And Albie mucks. But Rima calls with pocket 6s.
2 players.
And he is drawing really slim. Turns an ace.
Needs one of the 2 6s left in the deck.
And Ruth has moved all in.
I like it more now. I really love
And Rima mucks. But anyways, what I was getting back to on WSBK TV, Kev Math posted up about, again, this is for the people in the Northeast, Ask the Manager and the Movie Loft, which were 2 local stations. And I want to ask him or anybody else out there, who was the host of the Movie Loft? Because I was really racking my brain last night, and I could not remember.
100%. But I'm just table and chances of my being at the table getting bigger. listening upstairs and react the opposite.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of folks that I know who's played.
Lightning does strike.
Limp. Well,
I actually don't pay commission.
and look at this. See, Albie, he's limped with ace-4. And like I said, not necessarily super tight pre-flop, Dave, but very, very passive in terms of holding on to his hand. And the flop comes king 3-8. Pot was linked around. Check. Turns another king. Looks like Ruth has the best hand here. And she's going to bet 15 with a pair of eights. And she's going to take it down. Dave, you know, Arvid on 2+2 has asked, did either of us go talk to Ron Rose about the awesome call he made with the pair of aces versus Dr. BB's nut flush draw?
Actually, it was interesting. Afterwards, I went over and I thanked everybody for helping us out with Live at the Bike, and spoke to both Dr. BB and Ron Rose.
Yeah.
And BB asked me what I thought of his play, and I said, you know, being aggressive, it's not a bad play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I said, honestly, I would have laid the hand down. I go, I don't know how he made the call.
Right.
And he goes, yeah, I can't believe he made the call. I go, obviously he had a read on you that you were bluffing. You know, that you had a draw, and that's it. And,
Well, the other thing, too, I think you have to realize is that, I mean, if you're a tight player and you have that image, Ron Rose hadn't been playing with BB a long time. It's
Right.
not like Mo playing against Dr. BB or Amos playing against Dr. BB when one time we saw Amos fold the nut flush on a pair board to Dr. BB's all-in.
Right.
When BB had the king on.
Yeah, Mo said there was no chance in hell he would make that call.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Queen 4-9 on the flop. Albie bets with the top pair, and Rima calls. And Lloyd calls. And again, if Albie bets from early position, Dave, I'm even surprised he bet here with Queen 7. I would put him on a stronger hand than that. Now he's picked up a flush draw.
And he's going to
bet
continue
again.
betting, yeah. Raymond likes to take one off each time when he has a small pair.
Yeah.
Then I asked Ron Rose about the play. I said, "How did you make that call?" And he just said, "I just felt it in my gut that the guy had the king of diamonds or the queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
I felt it that he was bluffing, that he didn't really have anything." And you know, all you can say is, you know, you say to Dr. Vivi, you go, "Hey, you made a good play. It just didn't work."
Yeah.
You know, in that case, it just didn't work. And obviously, you know, a good play and a bad play, there's a real fine line in poker.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's almost the same thing as almost picking the wrong person to bluff at. Now, I don't know this, but I suspect that, again, BB and Ron Rose have not played a lot. I mean, Ron Rose was in town for Legends, but it's almost like, and it's not quite the same as BB picking a spot to maybe bluff out someone who calls a lot, like a Patrick or Jesus. It's obviously not that bad, but Ron Rose doesn't know it. So that image really isn't there. So
It's interesting, though, because, I mean, personally, I would have sat there and been like, well, Ron Rose, okay, he's a professional poker player. He certainly knows the value of hands.
Right.
I had the king of diamonds. You know, if he only has a weak ace, which is what Dr. Beebe thought he had,
Right.
he can't make this call. I mean, we sat there and I said, there's no way Ron Rose can make this call, can he?
Yeah.
But he made it.
Flop was checked around here. Now Lewis has picked up the nut flush draw. But Barry's going to bet here with second pair.
Luis has got about $600 behind him now. He's a pretty solid player, pretty tight. He's going to call there with the flush draw.
He calls.
He's calling with the nut draw, though. He's drawing to the nuts.
And the river's a 9. And it's just going to get checked down. And Barry's going to take it down with the Queen 7. Again, we've talked about kind of over the last month or two about the concept of raising the turn there, Dave, in limit, and in this case in no limit. The flop gets checked around there. Well, if someone bets in the turn, they're either doing it as a bluff, they have a weak king, or possibly a queen, and maybe if Lewis had raised the turn there a bit as a semi-bluff, he might have been able to take it down right there.
Right.
Because he
possibly.
makes the call, and again, you wonder how much money he can make on it when the third club comes on the river. How much is the guy going to pay him off?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a good point. I want to thank those people that gave me private messages over at my new.
Oh, you got some PMs, huh?
I got a
How
couple
many
of
did you get?
PMs. I got 2.
Yeah.
Friar Tuck is my name on 2+2 right now.
Yeah.
And if you're home and you're watching live at the bike and you want to follow a live thread, go to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Go to forums, right? Go to tournament poker, World Poker Tour, and other tournament events.
Televised tournaments.
And then click on the live at the bike thread.
Pot got checked around to Albie, and he's bet on the button with an overpair, and he's going to take it down. Dave, I'm going to announce this one time because I got a couple people that have asked me, Bart, you say you play a lot of internet poker, but we have you as live at the bike, Bart, and I did a player search, and you can't find, and we can't ever find you. That's because I kind of changed over to playing on Empire, and I've changed my name to Live Bike Bart.
Live Bike Bart.
Like I said, I'm going to say that one time.
Live Bike Bart. Okay,
We
cool.
won't even tell you your name.
Right.
Yeah.
There gotta be some money involved in it.
Dave does not want to let his name go.
Well, I'm hardly anonymous when I'm playing live poker, and obviously the majority of my poker is played live
Right,
in a
right.
casino.
I don't know that foul there. I think that was foul play.
The few times that maybe I play 3 or 4 hours a week online,
Right.
I don't mind being anonymous.
And it's mostly stud high-low, right? Usually.
I usually play 2 games at a time. I usually playing the 10-20 stud high-low and, say, a 10-20 or 15-30 hold'em game.
Yeah. Queen 3-10, couple of diamonds. Katie's got top pair here. Now she's picked up 2 pair. And Rima bets here $5 with King 5. Katie just calls.
And Katie just let Rima name the
Oh,
price.
and look at this. The river's king, and Rima's caught. King's up. And she just calls. Yeah, that's pretty passive, Dave. Not racing on the turn.
Uncle Dottie wouldn't be proud.
Yeah.
I'm happy to plug it.
Once again, her uncle actually supposedly has won 2 World Series poker bracelets, Dottie Roach. But she kind of let Rima name the price there. Rima threw $5, and then she goes, okay. And she had 2 pair. Why not protect it? There's 2 diamonds out there. There's a queen and a 10 out there.
Yeah.
Could be some draws out there.
Promote it.
So we just got a post up here. Person on 2+2 did. Sorry I'm late. I told Dave and Mark just to go ahead and start without me. So he walked right into a stop bet.
Yeah. And I got to be honest, I don't want to give Rima the credit of knowing he was throwing a stop bet in there. I think he was betting $5 on his pair of 5s. And for some reason, Katie just called with 2
Yeah,
pair.
I don't know. And then she just called the river, too. So I was wondering if she was trying to slow play and wait to the river to raise. But she called the river as well. So
Yeah, really passive for 2 pair.
yeah.
Master in.
And Katie has raised here out of the blind with Ace King of
Look,
Diamonds.
people, go out and buy it. Mastering No Limit Hold'em.
He's promoting.
And
I'm happy with that.
Barry has called with Queen 10 offsuit. And we're heads up. Jack 8-7, couple of spades. Katie's going to bet $30 here.
Promoting.
Not a great flop for Ace King, Dave. Jack 8-7, couple of spades. And look at this. Barry makes the call.
Wow.
He's got a gut shot to the 9. The turn's a spade, and he's
Now
got the 10 of
He's
spades.
got a backdoor spade draw.
Oh,
And
and
then
look
check,
at this.
check.
Katie checks, and Barry checks behind him, and a queen of spades comes on the river. And he just checks it down. And he's going to take it down with the flush.
I actually really like the way Katie played that hand. I got to be honest with you. She bet. She raised before the flop, isolating 1 player.
Yep.
She didn't like the flop, obviously, but she still bet at it. She figured, okay, maybe he has none of it. And sure enough, she had the best hand there.
Yeah. A Russ Fox-esque continuation bet.
Yeah, I like it. And then on the turn, when another spade came out, she kind of shut down. She goes, okay, this guy, if he had spades when he got there, if he had a jack, he already had it. She took 1 shot at it with just ace king,
No, twirl him.
and then gave up on the pot.
Here, let me help you.
38 point under for some well, he's covering.
Now, interesting here, Howard Lederer and Annie Duke, I did not see them this year at the Legends of Poker main event. I'm not sure if they were here in town. Very odd. Obviously, all the other big names were here.
Raise 15 and a bunch of callers here. Seat 5 is the raiser with pocket 7. And the flop comes ace, king, 3, and Katie's got ace, queen, and Nadeem is going to be in kicker trouble over there. And it gets checked to the button, and Katie is going to bet 100, Dave. She's betting over the size of the pot. The pot's now about 175, 100 to call, and you wonder if Nadeem can get away from the hand. Again, this is one of our least favorite hands, a no-limit ace-10 offsuit to call a raise with.
Yeah, definitely. Ace-10 is obviously better than ace-9, and ace-8, and ace-7, ace-6. My least aces are ace-6 to ace-9, but ace-10 is obviously very vulnerable, especially offsuit. The only thing I'm not sure is just, I like Katie betting on the button, but why so much? Why is she betting, I mean, she's over-betting the pot. The pot's $70, and she's betting 100?
Well, I mean, that's not, like, moving all in. I mean, yeah, it's a big bet. I don't mind that bet.
Really? Okay. I mean, that's a big, I mean, I want somebody to call me with ace-10.
Look at this. Just when I asked the question, Kev Mapp posts that Dana Hershey did both Ask the Manager and the Movie Loft back in the day. Well, thanks for that, Kev Mapp. Sorry I didn't make that a quiz prize. I didn't think it was really a broad enough question for everyone that wasn't in the...
yeah, it's not really fair.
Yeah, WSPK Superstation area. But, again, I was losing sleep over that last night. Dana Hershey.
Maybe I'll come up with some archive-specific questions, like, in episode 23, what did so-and-so say to so-and-so?
Vary has raised here with ace-jack to $25, and Rima's going to smooth call with ace-jack of diamonds.
Katie's a pretty tight player, too, there. I mean, I actually don't like king-9 suited either, but in this game, you often see a lot of players playing king-9 suited.
She had king-9 on, and she just mucked it there.
She just mucked it, yeah, without even thinking about it, obviously. And to me and you, obviously, it's a very easy muck also.
Well, look at C2, Lewis calling with the ace-4 in the small blind. So there's one ace left. 8-9-3. Ruth has picked up an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, backdoor hearts also. Rima's got that diamond draw with the overcards.
Yeah, that's a big flop for Rima. Look at Ruth. She's going to bet it from up front, 25. And again, now when a caller comes in between, this might be a big enough hand to move all in if I'm Rima, Dave. He's going to raise it, but he's only raising at the minimum. It's a $25
I got to tell you,
bet.
He calls with his big hands,
Yeah.
or he slow plays it, and he raises with his draws. If you're playing against a guy like this, you can kind of pick that up real
Yeah.
quick.
I just think that that's a big enough hand. Again, there's enough money in there that you can push all in, and you're not going to be a big underdog against almost any hand.
Well,
Really.
especially with 3 or 4 players in there, you're a favorite.
Instead he just raises the minimum and everyone calls. The
Now
turns
Ruth has picked up a heart draw.
Deuce of hearts. And Ruth has moved all in, and Rima calls, and we're looking at about a $400 pot here. We're going to see the river. River's a diamond, and Rima gets there.
Oh,
And
they both
Ruth
get there.
made the straight. Wow. Too bad they didn't have more money.
Yeah. Well, Ruth was in pretty bad shape there because she needed a jack. A jack or a 6, obviously. That was not a diamond.
Well, she could have picked up a pair as well.
Or a pair that wasn't a diamond.
Right.
She had 2 hearts in her hand.
She had the flush draw and the straight draw.
So, yeah, but she
Or
had
a heart, obviously.
and a heart as well, yeah. She had a flush draw and a straight draw.
Right.
Ace high with the head.
But if a blank comes out, if a black card comes out and it's a blank card, he's going to want ace high.
And again, the reason why I said that hand was probably good enough to go all in was because the pot itself was about $80, I believe, pre-flop, Dave. Now Ruth leads out for, I think it was $30.
Right.
And then now there's a caller in between.
Right,
So
so you got
now the pot's
$140.
$140, and you're sitting there with $200.
Yeah, no,
You know.
especially when you call the 30 and that's $170 and you
Yeah.
raise 170, it's literally the call of 30 and raise 170.
Right.
That pretty much is,
Yeah.
a pot size raise. Got another chip count up there. And Luis is up about $400 tonight. He's so far the big winner for the night. Rima's actually doing well, too. And Russ Fox, he's losing on Russ Fox Tribute Night. He's losing $20.
Let me know when those bets come in.
We haven't really seen him play a hand yet, Dave. He got pocket tens and he raised out of the blind. And now he has raised. Looks like out of the... No?
10 or 7, yeah.
Oh, no, it was just a call. Russ has ace-7 of hearts now. He just called. I was wondering why he only would raise a little bit.
Rima's got another big draw here. He's got an open-ended straight draw.
And Katie has bet 15 with top pair, king 9. And Nadiv is called, and he's in kicker trouble again, Dave, king 6. And Rima's in there with the straight draw.
Three-handed, about a $60 pot now.
But they were both playing for out.
Actually, I'm sorry, about a $90 pot now.
Turns an 8. Katie is still in the lead. Look at this, Rima's going to bet. Well, he's going to bet 15, Dave. Well, he is trying to name his price. Maybe we give him credit for trying to know. And I don't know if any of these players are good enough or their hands are good enough to not raise.
Now, you know what? It's interesting here. He might not even know what he's doing, but his instincts say, I want to spend $15.
And he's actually pulled it off there.
Great play by
the
him.
Stop bet off. And the turn is a 4, and the river's a 4 of hearts.
And he doesn't get there. He's going to have to bet big or just lay it down. Let's see what happens. It's going to take him at least a couple $100 to win this pot.
Yeah, I don't... 50 probably isn't going to do it here, Dave.
He's not going to get 2 players off their top pair.
Yeah. The pot was about 130. If he had bet the pot size here,
if he bets a couple $100, he might win. Even if he overbets it, if he bets $200 here.
Well, look at this. Katie folds. We thought that he would need to bet a little more. And again, if he had just bet $50 more, Nadiv's going to call. I think it was he just bet small enough where Nadiv throws a crying call.
He makes a $130 bet there. He gets the pot.
Yeah.
Well, folks, apparently I was wrong about that.
And look at that. Seat 1, Katie mucks the best hand.
And I want to give Rima some credit there. You know what? He probably doesn't even know what a stop bet is or a slow down bet or whatever you want to call it. But he used his instincts, and on the turn there, he knew he had a draw. If he checked it into a $90 pot, there's a good chance he's going to have to call a $40 or $50 bet. But instead, he throws a nice little $15 bet in there, gets 2 calls, and now he's putting $15 in there to win about $130, $140. It's a nice play there by Rima.
You know what? I tend to disagree with you. I think he knows what he's doing. Why wouldn't he know what he's doing?
Okay.
I think he knows what to stop at.
All the power to him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he might not know the name of it or anything, just in the sense of it might just be his instinct saying, I want to name my own price for this.
Katie has got pocket kings here, and she's in seat 9. And she's going to make it 20 to go.
Wow.
Russ full, seat 1 and seat 2 full. Pocket 9's over there for Albie in seat 6.
And Katie with kings.
Yep.
9s and kings. That's what happens.
And Rima's in there with queen 5 of diamonds. So here we go. Oh, you wonder how involved Rima's going to be. And Albie continues to have an overpair here. Flop is 5, 6, 8. Rima has a pair.
Yeah, Albie might get in trouble here. Let's see what happens.
And Albie leads right out here, Dave. The pot was $60 pre-flop. He bets 40, so it's $100.
Yeah, I'd like to see Katie really make a nice raise here.
Well, if Rima calls, you would think that Katie's going to raise. Well, Rima mucks.
Interesting.
Oh, she just calls.
Just calls again.
Yeah. Albie's got a gut shot to the 7 here, too. A deuce comes on the turn.
You know what I'm saying?
And he was going to bet 75 here.
Now, this is a time where he doesn't have that much money left.
Yeah.
I move in. Pot's big enough, move in. Come on, girl.
Pot is now 165, 75 to call.
Come on, move it or lose it. Let's go.
Oh, she's going to call again here, Dave. Yeah. Pot is now approaching $250. Again, Albie would need a 9 or a 7 here to take it down. And the river's a 5.
Oh, Rima would have got there.
And he bet
She's
60.
Just gonna call
and Katie
again?
she just calls again. I mean, I like the board pairing there on the turn. I mean, on the river. And Kings is going to take it down over a $300 pot. Yeah, I think I probably would have pushed a little bit.
She's real passive.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Sometimes you'd never put a player on nets because, well, she never raised. And some players just don't raise. They let you do the betting for them.
Well, that could be.
You know? Wow. I mean, she definitely could have got all his chips, though, don't you think? Don't you think she could have got all his chips?
Oh, well.
I mean, on the river there?
It's
she only got $80 left.
Yeah.
Pot's $300.
Yeah. I think because of that, probably.
Yeah. I was actually considering writing a little book and just talking about it being the stop bet.
The stop bet.
He's betting like he hasn't opened for a pair.
The beauty of the stop bet. Zen and the power of the stop bet.
Nadiv has raised here with ace-10 of spades. And Vary's going to call. So king-9 against ace-10 heads up. Vary checks blind. Flop comes queen-9-6, couple of clubs. Check, check, turns a king. Now Vary has kings up.
Bet 25.
And Vary's going to bet 25. Well, Nadiv has got an overcard and a gut shot, and he's going to muck it.
Thank you.
You know the other thing, too, and I don't know why I'm coming back to this, but it just popped in my head.
Go ahead.
It's the beauty of an English fish and chip shop.
Mm-hmm.
Battered sausage. And for those people who are unfamiliar with that, that's a sausage that is deep fried with like a fish and chips coating around
Right.
it. I mean, just a heart attack on a stick.
Yeah,
is it
it's
good?
have that and wash it down with a Guinness.
Guinness,
It's
Jamaican
great.
pasties.
It's amazing, and yet the English live to like 114.
Yeah, they drink all the time. They smoke.
They smoke,
They're
they
eating
drink,
this
they
deep
eat.
fried food.
It's amazing.
Ruth has raised here with ace-queen offsuit to 15. Albie's got pocket nines again. He smooth calls. And we're going to have four-way action here. About a $65 pot with the blinds. And Rima's in there with deuce-3 offsuit. Flop comes 8-6-4, couple of hearts. Albie's got that overpair again. And he's going to push it, Dave. He's going to move all in with, looks like maybe a little bit over 50. Oh, 70. Oh, he's got more. He's got about $90 there. $91. And he's going to take it down.
Well, hey, I just want to say
And
hi
mind
to
you
Mr. and Mrs. Roach. Supposedly they're watching. Their daughter plays some poker. And plays some darn good poker at that, I say.
Katie's parents are watching the show.
I mean, you really had me thinking.
Wonder if her uncle Dottie Roach is playing. Watching.
Did she say where they're from? California?
They're from Santa Ana.
Santa Ana.
I thought you put me on
Great horse track there.
Yeah.
Horse.
Are you a big horse player?
I'm a little young for that. It's kind of like playing at a stud high-low table live. But
afraid if you didn't bet on the
You don't like the horses, huh?
it's. I mean, I'll watch the Triple Crown race.
But
I think it was way
that was actually pretty exciting. I cannot wait. I really want to go to the Kentucky Derby one year. I haven't been there.
Would you like to drink some mint juleps?
I was in Vegas. The last two Kentucky Derbies I was in Vegas for, and had a couple of mint juleps while I was in the Bellagio watching it. And it was really exciting because everybody was there betting on it, and it was exciting. And it was, the fever was there. It was cool.
Five-way action limped around. Nadiv bets 15 with ace 9.
I can't wait to hear. Because I mean, there's no way to really have coaching in a sense.
And the way that Katie's tight image, I doubt she's going to call it the wheel draw here.
No.
She mucks. And Nadiv takes it down.
Now Katie's play can mix people up because sometimes, you really try to gauge what somebody has by the way they bet or the way they raise.
If I would have laid it down, you
And that last hand when Katie has pocket kings and Albie has pocket nines, I don't think in a million years Albie would expect Katie to turn over pocket kings there.
Yep.
I mean, she checks it. She just calls the entire way, never a raise at all. I mean, you almost put her on more like tens or something, or maybe ace 9 or something. I mean ace 8 actually. I think the top pair was an 8 on the
Yep.
board. It was quite strange.
Pot is limped around here. Got a family pot, 7-way action.
A lot of aces in
yeah,
there.
3 aces are out. King 9 deuce, couple of spades. Look at the work by our producer Evelyn. Boy, bing bang boom. Jeez. Ruth has got a flush draw and a gut shot to the queen. And Rima's going to bet on bottom pair. Gets checked to him on the button, and he bets with deuce 7.
I don't mind a play. It gets checked to him. Why not bet it? Basically, everybody's telling you they don't have a king. He's going to represent that he has a king.
Look at Lewis. He's got ace-10, and he's going to call.
Now, this pot is $40. You're talking about 8 players in there. $5 a piece, $40. Why not?
And Ruth's hand is almost good enough to push here, maybe
Oh.
with a check raise, but she just calls.
She just calls.
And Vary calls with ace deuce with a backdoor spade draw and bottom pair. Turns a 5. I don't really know what Lewis is doing in the pot there, Dave, with ace
Now, this is
10.
interesting. If everybody misses their draw, and it keeps checking on, and Rima keeps betting, he's going to win this pot.
Well, you would think that when Rima bets now, he's going to get at least Vary out. Right? Vary's probably thinking
Oh,
about
and,
a backdoor
and
spade
Luis
draw.
as well.
Yeah, Luis mucks. Ruth calls, of course, but Vary's probably going to muck here.
Right now, if Ruth misses,
Yeah.
Rima might take this down with his pair of deuces.
Well, even if he checks it down at showdown, if she doesn't catch a pair, he's
Right,
going to have the
exactly.
best hand. Oh, and the river's a queen, and she gets there.
And that's actually the best card to get there with. I mean, it turns out he only has a pair of deuces, so.
Oh, and look at this. She checks it, and Rima moves all in. He moves all in, and Ruth quickly calls.
Oh.
She checked to induce the bluff. And she's got a bluff snatcher there, Dave.
You know, we need a little cartoon guy. A little bluff snatcher.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, we have to be, the funny thing is, I have to be consistent. If I had Jack 10 there, because if Rima had check right behind him, we would have said, how do you not put money in there on the river? I think that you should put money in on the river there at the end with the Jack 10. That's my opinion. I'm going to be consistent with it because
Okay, but
people are on us all the time about, well...
No, I understand. But each circumstance is a different circumstance, and you got to look at. Last night we were ripping Dr. Beebe for not
Yeah.
betting his quads. Well, the board was king, king, king.
Right.
Nobody is going to bet that board.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, had it been the third spade, you almost have to bet it because the third spade is scary.
Yeah.
But that queen, like I just said, I go, that's a good card to come because
Yeah.
he's not going to see it.
Well, okay.
It's a gut shot. And if he's betting his king, he might continue betting his king. And if he's bluffing, well, then he might continue bluffing. Let's say he had spades. You got to look at each circumstance differently, each one individually. And in that case, it wasn't a bad play.
And Rima is moving all in here with ace-3 of diamonds. $71.
6, 7, 8. All in 71.
And I don't think anyone's going to call here.
I can't imagine anybody calling him now. And Ruth's got over $600 now.
Current, which is in the television.
Yeah, but and again, and the reason partly why I said this, remember we saw her check quads on the river, Dave.
That,
Check call
and that
quads.
was a terrible play.
Yeah.
That was but you have to look at each play. I mean, I understand what you're saying. You don't want to, you don't want to just kind of pick and choose when it's.
I can't pick.
It's
I mean, in
appropriate
this
for you.
game, again, this is a $200 maximum buy-in game.
Right.
You put the money in when you have the best hand. You cannot depend, especially on the river, when you have the nuts, that someone's going to put in a bunch of money on the river so that you can check raise them.
No,
I mean, how many times is that going to happen?
You're 100% right. You're 100% right in that case. But I'm just saying, though, in that case, when you start playing the hand, if you start thinking about poker and you go, well, it's a queen of clubs, it doesn't complete a flush. It's hard for anybody to put me on Jack 10 here, unless they put me on Jack 10 of spades specifically. And Rima was probably looking at the pot going, I need to really bet this to win it.
Yeah. Well, I think like you said, it was just the right circumstances. that basically
Exactly,
happened.
and that's what poker is. People. It's funny. People ask me questions all the time. Well, should I raise here or do this? And the answer invariably is it depends on the circumstances.
There isn't an absolute answer.
Never is in poker, unfortunately.
But I think that we definitely needed to say something there because.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah. Check
Ruth's
the
got
round here. Albie's got a flush draw with overcards.
Well, Ruth checked the two pair.
Yeah.
6-7 with 2 diamonds out there, and she
Yeah.
checked.
Well, Lewis has bet, and now Lewis has a higher 2 pair. Lewis has picked up 10s up. He's bet, and Ruth has raised.
And Albie's got
And
it.
look at this. Lewis has got a lot of money behind him. We could see a lot of money go in here.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, she could have had 8-9, Dave. I mean, a 10, that does complete a straight on that flop. Now, let's see the river. The river's a king.
Not a very scary card.
Look at this. He's going to bet, it looks like.
In this case, you got to bet it. Can't count on her betting. She hasn't been betting the whole time.
Well, she did raise the turn, though.
Right.
remember?
Oh, she did raise
Yeah,
the time.
she did raise the turn, so. And he has checked, and I believe that Ruth has bet 50, and he's going to check call here with the 10s up, and he's going to win.
Yeah. And his hand is obviously vulnerable. It's not a terrible play by him at all.
Well, again, when somebody raises the turn there with a 10,
Representing some strength there.
definitely could have 8-9.
8-9. Could have 10-7 even. Who
Yeah.
knows? I mean, remember, she didn't bet the flop.
Right.
So you're going, okay, I don't think she has 7-6, does she?
Right.
Now, in that case, I'm just going to throw something out there. That case, when she checks the flop there with her 2-pair, 7-6 deuce with 2 diamonds,
Yeah.
to me, that's a terrible check. You can't check
Yeah.
your hand is very vulnerable. The board is way too coordinated with 2 diamonds out there. You can't check that. Earlier, when she had quad aces, you can't check that because you can't expect your opponent to bet that.
Yeah.
But in the last example, when Rima was betting the river, and he bet the flop, he bet the turn, hey, if he's going to keep betting it, let him bet it.
Change it up, do a reality.
Katie's got a king-queen offsuit here. She's going to limp in. And we're going to see a family pot again here. It looks like there's 6 people in the pot.
There you go. Then maybe that's where we should go.
10-8 deuce, couple of hearts.
Yeah, Luis has got the top pair.
And so does Russ Fox, and Russ is in kicker trouble.
Bet 15.
Wow, and Russ just throws it away without even thinking about
Russ
it.
just throws that away with the 9-10 in early. Well, it's early position. There's a couple of hearts out there. He doesn't want to get involved out of position.
Just not even a thought, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that could just be a button bet even, couldn't
Yeah.
it?
And look at this. Albie's got bottom set. He's got a set of 2s. And he just calls. And Russ Fox said, that's a great laydown in there in this situation.
Oh, yeah, he was in 3rd place.
Yeah. Albie's got bottom set here. Now, Jack 10 obviously can't probably take a lot of heat here. And now an ace of hearts. I mean, that's going to be the worst card for Albie. He checks it. And Lewis checks right behind him. And the river is an 8. And now Albie fills up. And again, Albie has played this hand slow, and he's probably killed most of his action, Dave. Because it'd be very difficult for Lewis to call here with Jack 10 of diamonds.
Well, the ace of hearts is just it's an overcard, it's a heart.
Yeah.
If you've got Jack 10, you can't beat anything now.
Yeah. Can't beat an 8, can't beat an ace, can't beat a flush.
You can probably chop it up if somebody else has the other. If somebody else has a 10, I can probably chop it up.
Look at this, though. He's going to call.
Yeah, that's a bad call.
And Albie takes the pot down. And again, we talk about, and I'm in the process of writing an article for Shirley's website regarding slow playing, and it's not that your hand isn't strong enough to slow play, it's just that there's so many things out there that can just kill all your action. Now, in that case, Albie actually got paid off, but he probably really shouldn't have gotten paid off.
No,
and he's pretty much slow played himself into not getting any money.
Had he raised the flop,
Yeah.
Luis might have called, actually. Probably would have with top pair.
Right.
And in all honesty, there's no reason for him to call that river. There's nothing he can beat. You look at it, you can't beat. Like you said, you can't beat the ace, you can't beat an 8, can't beat the hearts, and even if Albie is betting the 10 also, well then they both have 10s and 8s with an ace kicker, so that's even a chop pot. So you're putting money in there to chop it, which makes no sense.
Actually, that's right. Santa Ana doesn't have a horse track, David. It's Santa Anita.
Oh, come on. People, technical. Jesus.
It's like we got 5-way action here again. 8, 9, 10, couple of diamonds.
Bet 10.
And Ruth bets $10 with a gut shot and a couple of overcards. Vary's going to call with this. So now here you go, Dave. He calls with the ace-6, but a 7 would bring us straight to anyone with a jack in his hand. Vary there at the call on seat 7. Turns a 9.
Okay.
And Luis is called again with ace-high. Ace-5. Wow. Backdoor diamond draw. It gets checked around, and the river's a 9.
Well, Luis has got the best hand now.
Well, Luis and Barry are going to chop this one up.
Oh, right there. Barry's
Gets
got the
goes
ace
to
too.
showdown. It looks like Luis is going to bet here.
The kicker will not play.
No, he's going to check it.
Ace.
And they both have 3 9s with an ace and a 10. And the pot gets chopped up there. About a $75 pot getting chopped up. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. And we are playing No Limit Hold'em. Restricted buy-in game. Buy-in is $200. Blinds are $3 and $5.
If I would have gone all the way without any kind of motion, yeah. Otherwise,
And we are at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. Beautiful Bell Gardens.
Slipping her over your
They call Bell Gardens the city of gold, where dreams are made.
Well, my dreams have been made.
It's kind of up to the Gardena level, Carson.
Yeah. Sometimes I just go
Long
for a
Beach.
walk through the streets, smell that air. It's really beautiful.
King 7 Jack here, a couple of spades.
Yeah, Vardy's got the best hand here, huh? With top pair, 10 kicker.
King 10.
He's going to bet it, everybody's going to fold, and he's going to take it down. And I'm kind of excited. My wife actually registered for 2+2. And her screen name is Cowgirl.
Ah, okay.
She likes to wear a cowboy hat when she comes into the poker hall. And got known as Cowgirl. And so there you go. Maybe she'll write something to us. And actually, she said she might be playing in the 12th annual Queen of Clubs tournament, which is tomorrow at 2:15 p.m. for $30. You get buffet and mimosas, which start at 11:30 in the morning, and then a no limit hold'em tournament, which starts at 2:15, and you get $5 for each person you eliminate, and that's open to all women.
Nadiv is raised here with ace queen. He made it 15 to go pre-flop. He's flop top pair. And he bets $20 there. Barry's got second pair. He's going to lay it down, and Rima lays it down.
And I only mentioned that the pink tank top that I wore the other day was going up for auction because Russ McGinley actually PM'd me on 2+2, sent me a private message wondering where the shirt was.
Ah.
So maybe Russ is offering the first auction up. I'm not sure. I think the shirt's actually here. I'm going to get it. Hold on a second. Oh, I don't see it.
Oh, there we go.
Here it is.
Isaac had it.
There it is, folks. In all its glory. This is a worn shirt, used, authentic, the bombshellmodels.net shirt.
I got to tell you, you gave him a run for your money, too, when you were wearing it.
There you go.
that
Thank
day.
you very much. I appreciate it. I thought I saw you eyeing me. And I'm just waiting for the first bid on this.
All right,
beauty.
Now look at this. Lloyd is raised with ace king. Russ Fox limped with ace queen. Let's see if he calls here. Nope. He's going to fold.
With ace queen.
Yep. Folds the ace queen to a raise. And then once again, he's right. He's in real bad shape. Flop comes 9-4-4. A couple of clubs.
The only thing I'm wondering now, see, this is part of the game where if you sit down and you play with players, pay attention to who you're playing with.
Yep.
Because you should never lose money to a guy like Albie, and you should never lose money to a guy like Russ. Because they are rocks.
Yep.
Don't give them any action.
And Lloyd is bet pretty hard here, $75, and he has the best hand.
Yeah, I like the bet there. He raised pre-flop.
Yeah.
What are you going to, if you don't hit your ace or your king, you're just going to check it down?
I mean, my question for Russ, though, is at that point, he's not in early position. I mean, he's one away from the cutoff. He's got a couple of limpers. It wouldn't be unreasonable to raise with ace-queen offsuit, 3 away from the button, right?
Right. The problem is, though, he limped in and then Lloyd raised, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he plays his style.
Really tight.
I mean, I guess he kind of counts on the fact that most players playing in a $200 game are not paying attention or not focusing on their opponents. And the fact of the matter is, when he picks up a hand, he's going to get action anyway.
Well, I always asked Russ, have you stepped up and played in a bigger no-limit game? I've seen him play the 3-5, and I've seen him play 2-5 in Vegas, where pretty much it's unrestricted buy-in, and people usually don't buy in for more than 500.
Right.
And I assume that he plays in the same style. I wonder if he's played in a bigger game and if he adjusts his style.
He said he doesn't like playing in unrestricted games. He likes playing in the restricted format game. I personally like playing in unrestricted games, but hey, to each their own. I mean, I'll say, hey, if the players aren't focusing on him and aren't paying attention to the way he's playing, and he gets paid off, hey, why not wait for the big hands?
I just look at it really as, like I said, I think that there are 3 forms of Hold'em that are spread now live. There's limit Hold'em, there is restricted buy-in, no-limit Hold'em, and there's unrestricted buy-in, no-limit Hold'em. All 3 games are totally different. I mean, obviously, restricted buy-in, no-limit Hold'em is more similar to unrestricted buy-in, no-limit Hold'em than limit Hold'em is, but it's a different game. It's a different game.
There you go. It is a different game. I completely agree with you. And if you take the same style into all 3 games, you'll notice that it doesn't work.
And I just thought that it was interesting that, we were talking about the whale game, last Wednesday night's whale game where we did 5,100 blinds with a $5,000 max buy-in. That game pretty much identically sets up like this game.
Right.
It's almost the same game. It's just, obviously, it's a higher limit. But if you played the same style,
right,
it's a restricted buy-in game where you're short chipped. You only get 40 times the big, or 50 times the big blind when you first start.
Right. Very similar to this. 50 times the big blind, this would be $250.
Right.
And you're starting out with 200, so it's very similar.
Albie has raised here to 40. Can't quite see what he has. Lewis is going to give him action with King 10 of clubs. So again, we can't see what Albie has over there in seat 7. Or Albie's in seat 6. Albie's got pocket 10s. And he gets called by pocket deuces and King 10 of clubs. And the flop comes Jack 8-3. Now this is really where Albie goes wrong, Dave. Because if he checks the flop and just lets somebody bet into him on the turn.
Right. Well, he's got position. The button is in seat 7.
All right, he's going to bet it. But I have seen him check these types of flops before.
I mean, up front he might check it, but he's got position on these guys. They check to him. I'd be shocked if he checked that.
But it wouldn't surprise me if an ace was on board that he would check it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. He's bet $50 here.
I mean, I do advocate tight, aggressive play, but I definitely think in the case of Albie and Russ, they're giving up a little bit of, EV, a little bit of equity, a little bit of expected value here by playing it so tight. And I think it's okay to mix it up in position with some cards. I mean, I personally would love to play to Albie's left. And I would do every time he limped in, I would do a mini raise with Albie. Because I know he's only going to bet it if he hits it. Nice shot of his nostrils there. Little nostril cam. You know what I mean, though?
That was scary.
You're talking about the mini raise. When we're talking about the mini raise in the sense of, you're throwing a $15 raise or a $10 raise, and it's not really set up to win the pot. It's really set up to build a pot and possibly take it away later. Now, if you're playing to Albie's left, in position, and he limps in there for $5, why not raise it a little bit? Because he either's going to fold it, or he's going to call you and then probably check the flop when he misses.
Looks like very limped in there, and Nadiv's going to get a free ride in the big blind with pocket 3s. Oh, Barry's flopped a flush, and Nadiv has a set. Oh,
wow.
Boy, in a limped pot. And Nadiv bets 15 immediately with this set. Barry checks and sees that he's flopped a flush.
I'm okay with contact.
So this is one of those times where you've got to raise it up.
Yeah, you raise it to 40 or 50 so you don't have a spade that kills your action.
Exactly.
On the turn. And the turn's a king, and Nadiv has filled up.
Yes.
And he's going to check his full house. And Barry bets.
And this is another time where Nadiv's got to move in a little bit, because if he doesn't, and the board double pairs, it's going to kill his action.
And look at this. He's going to check raise to 100. It was a $40 bet there by Barry. And Nadiv is check raise. And both players probably think they have the best hand.
Nice play
by Nadiv. Look at
this.
Barry pushes in, and he's drawing totally dead. I'm sure Nadiv is going to call with the full house. And the river is the 4 of spades. And perfect example there, Dave. Again, if Nadiv had slow played the turn there, he might not have got paid off a lot on the river with the fourth spade coming, and
Exactly.
vice versa as well, right?
Without a doubt.
And vice versa.
I was actually saying, let's say another deuce comes on the river,
Yeah.
or another king comes on the river.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, Nadiv might not get paid off.
Right.
But in that case, a four of spades, same difference.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
He's coming back. He said.
No, yeah, I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, even when you flop, I tell people, Dave, even when you flop nut flushes, and there's a couple people in there, I would still raise for value a little bit, because you don't want to slow play it to the point where you make no money on the hand, which is what's going to happen if another
Right.
suit comes on the
Well,
turn.
you just pointed that before. You were saying you wrote the article, and it's 100% correct in the sense you're not necessarily slow playing it because you're scared somebody's going to catch you and beat you.
Yeah.
You're scared that a scary card will come out there and kill your action.
Right.
So instead of winning a $600 pot, you win a $50 pot.
Yeah. I think Nadiv played that hand well.
Yeah, no, I did
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Put a nice small bet in there.
Yeah.
Got called.
I don't know. Your pocket kings, I think.
Limped around here.
Had it got checked behind him, though, he would have been in trouble. But hey.
5, 6, 7. Look at this. Ruth has got top two pair again. 6, 7. She's checked it again.
And Remus got bottom two pair.
Oh, wow. And Rima's going to bet it. And she's going to check raise, Dave. She's going to make it 200.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if Rima can get away from this.
I need money. You heard? Damn, I need money on you guys. I got y'all big right now. Huh? No, I do. I'm about to.
over.
Huh?
The hand ain't over.
And Katie has an open-ended straight draw with ace 8. So Rima bet, Katie called, and Ruth check raised.
Went 40-40.
Oh,
And I think that Rima has called here.
Trying to protect you.
Yeah. And he's drawing really slim. He would need to catch a 5.
Yeah.
let me get the main pot then. Let me get the main pot.
And he thinks he's winning. Turns a 10. And the river is a 10, but Ruth's 10s and 7s take it down. And
Yep.
Rima's hand totally gets counterfeited there on the river.
Yeah, his hand just turns into a big old
Yeah.
pile of crap. I mean, his hand was behind anyway, but
Yeah.
on the river there, he has 10s and 6s
Yeah.
with a 7 kicker. And Ruth is on fire.
I had an 8. What I was trying to do is protect him and protect myself in a sense too. Let's go heads up. I'd rather go heads up.
Red, 89
C7 is
I gotta tell you, Isaac is so cool. We got these little cherry fruit snacks in here, like little gummy fruit snacks made with real fruit juice. And Isaac got me some. Really nice one.
race to 15.
We have our first bid of the night on the your bombshell shirt. Russ McGinley has bet negative $20.
I have
So
to
there
pay
you
him
go.
$20. No, seriously though, this bombshell model's tanked up. Everybody at Live at the Bike will sign it.
Well, not to interrupt you, we've got flopped another set here, Dave.
Okay,
And
okay.
and Katie had raised with ace king pre-flop, and Lewis has checked the set from up front. And he's just check calls.
All right.
Check calls with the set here. Turns a 7. And there's no way that Katie can win the hand now.
Let's go 30.
And now she bets 30. And I would assume that Lewis would probably try to put some money in the pot now, Dave. Yeah, he's going to raise.
And she's going to quickly fold.
Yeah, it looks like he's raised probably 75 more. It's minute 105 total. And Katie folds.
I really want to see if we can raise a little money. This bombshell model's tanked up. We'll go to the highest bidder. Okay, everybody Live at the Bike will sign it. You know, maybe we'll even get some pros. If we see some professional poker players, Tuan Lee and some other boys, to sign it as well. Okay, and the money will go to help Hurricane Katrina victims. So and you know what? I'll match whatever we get as a bid. I'll match it up to $100.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very generous of you.
Yeah.
Good selection. Build your image.
Obviously, our thoughts and our prayers are with those victims. in New Orleans, in that part of the country.
Katie has made it 20 to go here. Pocket queen. And Ruth is going to call with 10-8 off suit, and we're heads up. Ooh, 6-10-9. Ruth's got top pair and a gut shot, and she bets. Let's see if Katie raises here finally, Dave. Remember her and Albie that time.
Yeah, well, no, this is a different kind of flop. I mean, 2 diamonds, 10-9 out there. I think she needs to raise it.
Ruth, I believe, bet 40. Or she bet 20. So pretty weak bet there, Dave. Oh, and she just calls here, Dave. Queens.
Well, I know Katie's parents are watching, and when she gets home,
Turns
tell her to
5.
raise.
Ruth is going to bet again. She's going to bet 40. Oh, she's going to call again.
Yeah.
I mean, again, what are you scared of? You have an overpair. You beat a
Right.
guy with a 10.
I mean, at least a minimum raise here. Why not?
And the river is a jack, and it's a third diamond.
That's a scary card.
And she bets 50. Ruth's going to bet 50.
If Ruth were to really push here,
Yeah.
you know, Katie might be a little hard-pressed to call.
And Katie calls, and she's going to take it down there with the queens. But
Oh my god.
stop bet after stop bet after stop
That
bet.
wasn't nice.
No, I'm not giving her credit for that. Sorry. I think she was betting with what she thought was the best hand.
Yeah.
I got to be honest.
But I think she did name her price there at the end, though.
I don't think so. I think she thought. I honestly think she thought she was betting the best hand.
Thought he might have stuck out on you.
You mean you really think she was naming her price? You think she was worried that if she checked it, she was worried if she checked it that Katie might bet more than $50?
Well, the reason why I think that is possibly because of the diamond there at the end. Now, remember, Katie called the flop with 2 diamonds. She called the turn with 2 diamonds. Just calling. But again, I mean, the issue is you make it correct. Are these people paying attention to the way that the others are playing?
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I personally don't think that she's paying attention.
The World Series.
One thing I used to do when I first started playing professional poker, I noticed that I was giving a lot of players far too much credit. I was like, you know, I was making plays that I think they were paying attention to, and then I started realizing none of these guys are even paying attention to me. They don't care. They don't even know if I'm at the table or not.
Right,
You know, they're just drinking their beer and they're playing their cards.
Was the emotional part of it.
Right. Well, staying the whole thing.
Ace Jack against Ace 10 against 9-5.
September, and he has 2 World
Flop comes
Series.
King, Queen,
So it was
Deuce.
kind of like an honorary thing that I go there. His name's Dodie Roach. And
Dodie
the
Roach,
theme and
Dave.
the whole everything. It was really sentimental. So winning that hand. What's that?
Did you ever win?
The World Series? No. No, that was my first time.
We're in a women's event, right?
Yeah, it was great.
And Katie actually saying that she played in this year's World Series in the ladies
That's
event.
okay. It was a great experience. I met some incredible players. Got to speak with Doyle Brunson and TJ Cloutier, who were friends of my uncle's. And it was just really, really sweet. Dewey Tomko.
Dewey Tomko.
DJ lost to
He was a very nice guy.
Did he?
and he lost.
Saw him here just a couple of weeks ago.
He won one of the events. I don't know which one it was. Those guys from Texas, the old ones, they're
So nice.
and that's where my uncle's from, so it reminds me of him.
Looks like we have a new player coming into
Yeah,
the
he's
game,
from Corpus
Dave.
Christi.
Okay.
Mike in seat
Yeah,
8.
he's a friend. I just played with Amarillo Slim a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and Sammy Farhouse. Sammy Farhouse, such a sweetheart.
Linked around. Ace 4-3. Check, check, check. Turns an 8. Checked around again, and the river's a 9. And it looks like Lewis has got that best hand with a pair of 9s. And he's going to throw $5 into the pot.
What's your name? Mike? What's your sign? Triangle.
I don't know if Katie's parents are listening to this, but Katie just asked the gentleman that just sat to her right his name and then his sign.
Yeah.
She's not hesitant, is it? Look at Mike. And he said his sign was a triangle.
Triangle. Okay.
That was so cute. Very cute.
I like it. Well, look at this. Welcome to Live at the Bike.
Matchmaker.
Yeah. Matchmaker. Exactly. We are always looking for tips. Wouldn't that be sweet, actually, if Katie and our new player in Seat 8, trying to get his name, if they went on a date now, got married, and they could say they met at live at the bike.
Yeah.
Wow. That would get me all teary-eyed.
And then I won a lot of money.
No, he said you were really good.
That's why when people say to me things like this guy said to me, you must stay now, and when you leave, all your money.
Who said that?
Yeah, the guy that was sitting on your plane.
Limped around
And
here.
I felt like saying to him,
see,
you
when
know,
I-
it's not how you say hello.
King Deuce 9.
Player gets up.
Couple of diamonds.
Person sat there, they talk about him like they have stories, and they'll be pointing to me, and they'll be like, yeah, he did this, and that's some of it.
$15 bet.
No, I was creating your player bio for the television audience.
Nobody called?
And just in case you guys want to check it out, Mr. and Mrs. Roach, if you're a little worried, you want to check out this guy in Seat 8, his name is Mike Stevens.
His
Go ahead
hometown
and-
is L.A.
Yeah, go ahead and Google him. Check him out.
Background check, criminal background check.
He looks like a nice guy, but, you never know.
I love it. It was the first hand. No, well, they didn't see me. I walked away.
His sign is a triangle.
So it was kind of like
There you go.
It was just like a tear, just one.
Just excitement.
Well, there he is, Mike Stevens in Seat 8.
And, the whole thing.
New player. Obviously bought in for $200. We're playing a restricted buy-in, $200 game.
Dave, can you buy in for less
The
than
women that
200 in
played
this
there
game?
were incredible. Everyone,
No, you cannot.
play.
Unless you go down to Felt, and then you can do one short buy.
Right.
And if you go down to Felt, you can buy in for $300 also.
That's why it's easier to play with.
Well, Mike's picked up King, Queen of Hearts in the big blind, and he's going to raise it up.
Right. And people would respond to calling betting.
I
And
played
Katie quickly throws away pocket sevens.
So, when they play like that, then, really, bought a book.
I guess Katie doesn't mind throwing the money away. It's going to the family.
Yeah, she doesn't want to get involved with future hubby.
Right, exactly. Although it's interesting, when I play with my wife, if I bet, she'll raise just to isolate me.
Everyone just puts. Oh, no, I remember it. I want to see.
Well,
We saw the-
living with you for like the last few years, she knows you're full of shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess so.
Life Halo, we play small and big.
No one tells me.
It's actually at home once in a while we'll play heads up. We'll play. We'll get the poker chips out and we'll play. And it's. I really have a tough time beating her. She seems to just know me really, really well.
Oh, here we go. There was a raise there by seat 1, and Russ Fox got ace king of spades. I think he just smooth called.
No, I'm not reading about
Sounds like it. Like he says it like questions.
No.
Call the presto. Russ is in the house.
Pocket 8's over there for Barry. He's going to call.
Now, pocket eights is the kind of hand I don't mind calling with Russ in there because if I hit an 8, I might be able to even get Russ's money. I'll know where I'm at.
No, I say
Red
that.
card. Red card. Red card. Yeah.
And actually, no, Russ is re-raised, Dave.
Okay.
Nadiv raised and Russ re-raised, so he's playing ace king pretty hard here. I mean, again, you put him on aces, kings, queens. I didn't even know he did this with ace king. But ace king against pocket 8s here. Oh, and a set of 8s.
And there's
And look at this, Russ is going to bet all into a set and very quickly calls.
Now, this is great promotional stuff for his book, isn't it?
Turns of 4 clubs.
And he's drawing dead.
And the river's a 7. I guess it's better than aces or kings, Dave. But,
It's right there.
I think Russ had pretty much made the decision with the amount of money that he had after re-raising the flop that he was going to move all in no
Well,
matter what
like
came
you
on
said,
the flop.
heads up, it's really difficult to. What's he going to do? Bet $40, and if he gets
Right.
re-raised, he's going to throw it away.
Of course not.
What a flop, sir.
It's funny they said what a flop. He didn't need the flop. He was ahead.
He was ahead.
No, you were fine. You didn't put him on that.
Chips on 3.
And again, it brings you back to the question, though. If you are Barry, are you watching Russ to the point where if the flop comes deuce 4, 7, do you call with pocket 8s? Or I got to be honest with you, if I was in Barry's spot and a raise and then Russ comes over the top, I might pocket 8s in a second.
Yeah, it all depends on how much money he's got, and
Yeah.
Russ did not have enough money to go for that set, obviously.
No.
No, like
I guess
said,
there's 2 plays there. I don't see smooth calling on the flop. It's either a re-raise all in, where you're probably beat by a higher pair, and maybe there's a 20 to 25% chance that he has ace king, and
Right.
you're in a race.
25.
and it's ace king suited, so
Right.
it's really
Yeah.
a race.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to give Russ any action.
Yeah. Especially
way.
as a re-raiser, right?
Unless he's got like, hey, if Russ builds up to $600 and I have $600 and he raises to 40 with Ace King or with whatever, and I have pocket eights or pocket deuces either,
Yeah.
I might call then. So then I'm looking to hit my set and win a big
that's
pot.
totally different. And I'll throw another question at you, too, after the hand is done.
Throw it at me. Let's go. I'm ready.
King 3 here.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, 2 people have tripped kings, Lewis and Lloyd. And Lewis, he slow plays it. Lloyd checks.
Check.
Ruth checks. And Mary checks.
Oh, there you go.
And the turn's a deuce.
And let's see what happens here.
And Lloyd and Lewis both have a pretty good amount of chips in front of them.
Yeah, this could get, you got to put chips in there to make it worthwhile for somebody to go for it.
Lewis is going to bet here.
50.
He's going to bet 50.
And Lewis has got about
A raise.
$330.
And now Lloyd announces raise.
Right, and Lewis has him covered. So let's see what happens here. He calls the 50
100 more.
and 100 more.
He's going to raise 100 more. So the pot is now about 240.
240. And Lewis is just going to call here.
And now if Lewis calls, do you put him on a weak king? And now he checks blind, Dave. I think he just tapped the table and said,
If I'm
check,
Lloyd, I
check
go,
blind.
I'm all in
Yeah,
blind.
If you've got king, queen, you got to move all in here, right?
I'm all in blind. I don't even.
I'm all in.
And there you go. He's going to
Good
move all
play.
in.
Good play by Lloyd. Put the pressure on him.
And Lewis quickly calls. And Lloyd's got him. He's going to double
There you
through
go. Great
Lewis.
play by Lloyd.
Yeah.
He didn't tap dance around it. He didn't, he just went for it. He said, "Here's $100 more," and then he said, "I'm all in."
Well, especially when he checks blind.
Oh,
To me on the river.
There's nothing else out there. The guy's obviously he called my $100. He's obviously got a king.
Right. Is he going to call with a flush draw?
Put another
All right.
pot.
No, there's no way he's calling $100 with a flush draw. He's clearly got a king.
Yeah.
I have king queen, which means the only hand that can beat me is king 3, king deuce.
Right.
In this case, king 6 or ace king, and that's it.
Yep.
So,
Nice hand, sir.
and Lloyd doubles up there. That was about a $700 pot there.
No, he can't get away from that.
Well done.
Mean flop for both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, what I was going to ask you, Dave, was
Slow
that
playing. I mean,
before that hand, in that spot, if Russ Fox, if somebody raises to 20, and Russ Fox or any other type player, let's say an Albie or Russ Fox, re-raises to 80, and he has 80 left, would you muck pocket queens? Jacks is easy. Jacks is easy. Would you muck pocket queens? Because it's almost like, to a single it's tough.
I don't know if it depends how much money I have. Not necessarily, because Russ might make that same play with pocket tens. He's not gonna raise a re-raiser.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say somebody makes it 20, somebody else makes it 60. He's not going to make it 200 with pocket tens. But if somebody makes it 20, he certainly will do that with pocket nines, pocket tens, pocket jacks.
So possibly with a single re-raise?
Yeah, I mean,
But what about jacks then?
jacks are an easier laydown,
Yeah.
especially with $80 more. I'm not, because that's one less hand that he could have,
Heads up.
probably.
Heads up here, ace-5 against 6-8. Mike has got an open-ended straight draw. And he bets right into it, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah, I'd imagine Lewis is going to throw this away. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand, but not much else. But he just lost $500, so might be steaming a little bit, but he throws it away. You got to look at also, you think of the possible holdings that a guy like Russ Fox or Albie might have, right? And if I have queens, okay, he might make this play with nines, tens, jacks, ace, king, aces, or kings. Or queens, but the likelihood of him having queens when I have queens is very small. But if I have jacks, well, then the likelihood of having jacks is very small, which means I can only beat really nines and tens. I'm behind queens, kings, and aces, and I'm racing against ace-king. So, to answer your question, obviously, I'm going to give you the generic answer of it probably depends on that.
You can do better than that.
Well, it
Dave.
depends on the circumstances. Who else is in the pot, how much money I have, how I'm feeling, all those different aspects. But in the end, I'd probably move all in with queens or re-raise with queens.
Yeah.
And Jackson lower, I'd probably muck.
Well, Russ Fox has got ace-10 of hearts in the big line, and the flop comes king-6-9. 6 players in there. Katie's got the king-jack top pair. Ruth has bet $10 with 5-6. And again, Katie just calls, Dave, with king-jack. Just calls. And Lewis has got king-deuce, and he's going to check-raise all in with king-deuce.
Well, let's see if she calls, yeah.
And obviously Ruth, who's the original bettor, is probably going to fold.
Now, this is a time where if you're focusing and you're paying attention to the game, you just see that Lewis just lost a big pot. He might be tilting a little
Look
bit.
at that. Katie just immediately mucks
see-
the king-jack. Immediately.
So you have to really focus on the game. You've got to see, Barry was saying this also.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pay attention to who's just won a pot. Pay attention to who just lost a pot.
Yeah.
if a guy is up $400 or $500, he's going to play differently than if he just lost $400 or $500. Luis just lost about a $500 pot. He's probably tilting a little bit. Got to pay attention to that. I'm not saying it's a bad laydown. King Jack is not a good hand.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a bad hand, but pay attention to that, really.
By the way, me modeling the bombshell shirt is not a part of the deal.
No. I want to try to sell it.
What he did, that is what he did.
Mike there is raised with pocket 8s.
And we're getting something from 2+2 here. He says he will buy the tank top for $100 if Bart will model it on camera tonight.
That's what I was saying. I said that's not part of the deal.
Really, you wouldn't wear the shirt for $200? It's $200 that would go to the hurricane victims in New Orleans, and you wouldn't wear this? Wow. You're heartless.
And Barry called the raise. Check called the flop with top pair. The turn came a deuce. It went check on the turn. Now it's going to go check on the river. And Queen 9's going to take it down.
And Mike's going to have to play better than that to try to get in the family. I mean, this family's got some, some lineage. World Series bracelets. Katie obviously looks like she's well on her way. Russ McGinley has offered 8,000 Sklansky bucks. Unfortunately, we don't take Sklansky bucks here. Come on, folks. This is for a good cause. And I promise we will get it autographed by numerous people. Who knows? Kenneth James, Barry Greenstein, Johnny Chan, Ron Rose, Bart Hansen. Isaac might even autograph it.
Total.
Ruth is raised to 25 out of the blind here. Kind of a difficult hand to play out of position, Dave. Queen, Jack of clubs. And
thing is, though, this table
Russ
is so
had limped in on the button.
This table is so tight. Why not?
And Barry's the only one in there. And he's got ace deuce of clubs.
She suddenly isolates him.
And she's picked up top pair. Barry's got a wheel draw. $40 bet here.
And he's going to call with his wheel draw.
He's going to call. Well, does she have about $400 to make that call? Maybe. Turns at 3.
40.
Bets 40 again.
It's one of those things, though. It's not only her having $400. It's also a matter of if you hit your 5.
Can you get all the money?
Yeah, you're going to get all the money. There's 2 hearts out there.
Yeah. I mean, you'd not only have to hit an offsuit 5, but she'd have to pay you off, and she only has Queen Jack.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what you got to look at also.
Yeah.
It's not just the implied odds of, okay, well, will this player pay me off?
Apparently it's incredible.
And he's not going to go for it again, is he? No. Lay it down.
Oh, ridiculous. They don't have a card.
So what's the format of this on?
They have a card and it looks like you get like a
facial on the inside.
Of course, they're talking about our players card on the table, Dave, and in this game, if you come down to the bike and play this game, and you get a player's card, which of course is free, you get free food, as well as getting a point for every hour you play on the table, and you get $1 an hour up to the first 20 hours.
25
hours, and then after that, it's $3 an hour.
It's a great deal, really, and plus you get access to. I mean, you might win a jackpot. The jackpot's probably about $20,000 right now, I guess.
Yeah. But it's a great rake back program. I mean, everyone's involved.
I've already
with
said
rake
that
back
if you come in and say hi to me, I'll buy you a drink. It's amazing. In 8 months of doing this show, nobody has taken me up on the drink. Not one person.
Oh, the previous heads up.
I mean, one. Why you gotta screw me up like that? Makes you feel like
King 6-5. Nadiv's got top pair. The turn is 2 of spades.
I would like those 2 5s along.
Nadiv bets, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah.
Bad deck.
Once again, if you are a girl, or you know a girl that's over 21 and likes playing poker,
Or you'd like to dress as a girl.
There you go. Actually, legally, we can't turn away anybody.
Right.
But anyway, we have our 12th annual Queen of Clubs. Starting, it's tomorrow actually. Tournament starts at 2:15 p.m. It's a $30 tournament, no limit hold'em bounty tournament. It includes buffet and mimosas, which start at 11:30 a.m. and that's unlimited mimosas. So get drunk off your ass, and you get $5 for each person you eliminate. And then hey, you can play some poker. Get drunk, eat some food, play poker. That's a good day.
I was saying, you know, when I walked into the ladies' tournament, Dave, during the main event of Legends on the final night, I walked back there into that tournament room. Boy, that was scary. 550 women in one room.
That scares you?
Giggling.
This could get interesting if a heart comes.
Lloyd has a bet 20 here with a nut flush draw.
Yeah, Barry's got a flush draw as well, but obviously he's in a heap of trouble.
Turns at 10. Gives Lloyd an open-ended.
I would take probably.
And there's the heart. It does pair the board, but
here
it's
we
the
go.
heart. Let's see what
Heart on the
happens.
end. Heart on the end. And Lloyd's going to bet it.
To the 91.
One of those times where he probably could have bet more. Remember Kenna was saying yesterday.
It's good. You can get a lot of action.
Yeah, and Barry might just call now with
Yeah,
the paired board.
exactly.
Yeah.
Of course he's just going to pair. He's going to call.
But what I was going to say is you can
Nut
take
flush takes it down.
And Kenna made this point yesterday, and I'm going to reiterate it. It's what he's probably looking at going, man, I could have bet more.
Yep.
Shoot. And in the end, it's funny. If the player you're playing against has nothing, it doesn't make a difference if you bet $5, $15, or $30. He's not going to call you for anything. But if he actually has something,
Right.
he might call an overbet. Sometimes I really I almost want to make it look like I'm trying to steal the pot. So I bet $100 into a $60 pot in the river. And that way it's kind of hard for somebody going, well, I don't know if he's bluffing. Because if I'm always betting for value at the end, you know, a nice small bet when I have it and a big bet when I want to bluff, you know, people can kind of pick that up. But if I'm overbetting the pot there, you know, I might get called. I mean, you've seen me play. I do what I say. I do like to overbet pots. I don't want to leave chips on the table.
Well, I think, again, it's kind of an inexperienced notion that someone says, well, someone's going all in on the river. Wouldn't he bet less for value?
Right, exactly.
Not necessarily.
I mean, the board paired a king. I mean, if the guy had a king, he might have paid you off a big number.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and if the guy had a flush,
Yeah.
same flush you had, he's
Yeah.
going to pay you off big.
Yeah.
And if he's got nothing, he's got nothing. He's not going to pay you off for anything.
When was this flop?
Jack 5-6 on the flop got checked around. Turns a queen of diamonds.
Well, Lloyd's got the best hand now.
And Nadiv bets with an open-ended straight draw. Well, Lloyd's going to muck the queen 10. Pretty tight play.
Wow.
And Nadiv's going to take it down there.
That's some respect. He really respects Nadiv's play, obviously.
Look at the archives. For $14.95 a month. That's kind of cool, though, huh? It's not a bad.
And they're talking about the archives here, about $14.95 a month. And it's not only do you get this show, which obviously these players are on it and they can watch it for themselves, but you get every show. Over 1,100 hours of content now, plus the Howard Lederer video.
And I know people have been asking on the 2+2 board, Dave, about Wednesday's show. And all I can say about that not being up is probably going to be up during the next day, then, I would assume.
I actually posted, I responded today to that.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh, okay.
And said that it just, you know, sometimes these shows take, there's a window. Sometimes they take
Right.
24 hours, 36 hours to get up there, and sometimes they take as much as 72 hours. Or
Right. Here we go with the flop, limped around. Ace, 8, 8. Vary's got trip 8s, and everyone has just slow played everything here tonight, and he checks it in position. The turn's a 7, and now Nadiv picks up an open-ended straight draw. And so does Katie. And Nadiv bets 15. And boy, now a caller in between. Boy, you'd really want to raise here, Dave.
Well,
Wouldn't
you
you,
got-
with trip
yeah.
8s?
Okay.
And he is going to raise.
and Katie throws it away.
Yeah. Katie actually didn't have an open-ended straight draw. She had a pair of 7s. Excuse me.
But Nadiv has one, and so does Ruth.
Yep.
And if a 10 comes, it could be trouble.
Well, now Nadiv is out, so.
Oh, okay.
And now Ruth folds.
Wow.
Rabbit Cam showed a deuce of hearts.
And Deuce of Hearts wouldn't have helped anybody. And if you're checking out, you want to figure out how to get the archives, you can go to liveatthebike.com. And the top left part of the screen now, it's actually our new website.
Is it top left now?
Top
'Cause
left.
It used to be bottom right.
It's not anymore. It's top left.
Yeah.
Top left part of the screen is the on-demand banner, and you click on it. And for $14.95, I mean, we're talking 50 cents a day. for really a great poker learning tool, good entertainment.
ace or something.
So, it is actually, it's the right one, right below Shirley's.
Well, it used to be, so I don't know.
No,
if
that's
it's-
on the bike site.
Yeah, that's on the bike.com site.
Right, but the live at the bike site.
Well, if it's
it's
on the
on top
top
left.
left, man, it's somewhere I'm not familiar with, so I don't
Right.
want to. I want to get all crazy on you, Dave.
Yeah, don't get wild on me. Don't lose it.
Big Blind's got pocket queens, and he makes it 20 to go after there's a few limpers.
It's Saturday night here. We're crazy. We're wild.
I don't know what these people are doing here. King 4 offsuit there. Oh, he's going to muck that. 7-9 offsuit for Barry. And seat 1's got a suited ace. 8-6 of diamonds. Ace-6 of diamonds. He's going to call.
Well, I think he looked at it and he said, well, I wouldn't call with everybody else in. I wouldn't want to be heads up, but with all those callers, why not?
And look at this. He flops the nut flush against top set. Wow. And this is not a time to slow play top set, Dave. He's got a set of queens. Nadiv's flopped the nut flush.
Wow.
I mean, isn't he going to bet probably all in here, I would imagine.
Yeah, the pot is about $70, and he's got about $130.
Well, okay. Well, maybe. Yeah, but at that point, though, why not?
No,
you know?
at this point,
Yeah.
going all in is not necessarily a bad move.
He's going to bet 50, which really doesn't price anybody out if they have the ace of diamonds. I don't really.
And I don't think it's going to price Nadiv out. Do you think?
No. Nadiv might
Tough
just
to,
smooth
yeah,
call
tough
here.
to tough to. Once again, though, I don't know. I think he might move. He doesn't have much money.
Yeah, he's going to call. So
See, if
Lewis
another-
is going to have to pair the board here.
Yeah, Lewis doesn't have enough money to get away from us at any point, though. I don't think.
Turns a 9. Yeah, there we go. Check call on the turn.
I want to see both hands, please. I want to see both.
And the river is the deuce of clubs.
Oh, no paired board.
Nadiv is going to take it down.
I tell you, Nadiv is living a blessed life here. Look at this. Earlier, he flops a set and
fills up.
Well,
And I believe it was seat 7 made had a flush.
Had a flush.
That was Barry.
Yeah, it was literally the opposite there. Sorry about that. I just had to sneeze.
You're not allowed to do that.
I know.
We're on
God
the air.
forbid. But it was literally the opposite situation against Barry, but he fills up, and in this case, the set does not fill up. So.
Luckily, I was on that side. You were shaking in your pants.
Oh, you flopped the nuts.
ALBA.
But you didn't know. You still had outs against you.
Yeah. I thought I had a pair.
Yeah. Board pairs, and I'm not too happy about that. There's something else related to that whole thing.
I love talking about stuff.
So you're gonna have to get somebody to do commentary.
Right. We do have right now.
And the bid update so far is, I think we're up to $4. And, no, we got a bid of $4.50.
Oh, okay.
And he does really well.
Yeah, but the minimum bid is really.
Because during the tournament they can't see the cards as well as.
Well, there you go. It's just got to $20 now.
Having to go in after.
The bid is now $20.
It's turned into more than we thought it would.
Yeah, the post to 15.
And all proceeds will go directly to help
The Red Cross.
to the Red Cross and help the victims of Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. And you never know, that thing might be worth something. You know, we're going on TV in England here in a couple weeks. You might have some Brits knocking down your door there to get that, or somebody else in the internet land.
Well, we'll get somebody else to sign it. That's pretty cool too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know what Albie's trying to hold up there.
2 diamonds on a.
I've seen that before.
That's just poker, man. That's just one of those. You know,
Diamonds you could have is an ace.
Yeah, I mean, I figured just take one diamond.
We love the bike and we want to do a production here soon.
you should have like a poker.
You're lying.
Anyways, next hand. Buttons in seat 2.
Oh God, my phone number's on there. Let's do that.
No, I think it's somewhere around. I mean, it could be more like 100.
As point guards, we're separate. We go from casino to casino to tour. It's like WPT.
1.5. Okay, so that makes
Raised there by seat number 7.
Either way it goes, it's
Got an ace-8 of diamonds. And again, Albie, the interesting thing, again, about Albie, now I remember when I said he was such a tight player, but he actually limps in with some questionable holdings. He's limped in here with Queen 9 offsuit, Dave. And now is he going to call? I mean, we've seen the limp and he'll fold. And there you go.
Right. And I love Barry's spot here. I would raise every time that Albie limped in. I would raise.
Well,
With any
Lloyd's
holding.
got a real hand over there. Ace, Queen of clubs, and he picks up the nut flush draw.
Barry's got a pair of 8s though now.
Yep. And Lloyd is going to check.
Barry's actually a favorite here.
And the bet here is 20 and a check
Lloyd's going
call
to need
by
a club
Lloyd.
or a queen, giving him 12 outs.
Turns a 2.
Still needs a queen or a club.
My phone's gonna
Only
Lloyd
12
checks.
outs.
Barry bets 20 again. And again, Barry's betting so small, there really almost isn't even a need to check raise here. It's kind of like that Kathy Liebert-esque
Yeah.
thing that we were talking about before. And there's the club on the river, 5 of clubs. Oh, and Lloyd checks it, Dave. He checks the flush. And again, I think we talked about that hand before. Now that's a lot more. I mean, that is much, much easier for somebody to check behind you there.
Right.
Yeah,
Like, I'll give you an example. Now, let's say, for example, the king wasn't out there,
right.
and Lloyd hits his queen. Okay? Well, in that case, it's okay to do a check raise, thinking your queen
Right.
is the best hand.
Right.
But in that, everybody just assumes. If somebody is betting and the other guy's calling and there's a flush draw out there, people just assume this guy must have a flush draw.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, but I've also said in the past, Dave, that if someone's gonna check call all the way and a third suit comes on the river, and I had ace king in that spot, I would probably bet again on the river. I got to be honest with you. Wouldn't you bet again if you had ace king?
not necessarily, no. Not people like to do check raise with you. It's the flush card is sometimes. I mean, obviously, it depends. You know, depends on the circumstances.
Well,
You know, like everything, you know, you can look like a genius and you can look like an idiot. Before we saw Ruth check raise on the river and she got all of Rima's chips.
Yeah.
This time Lloyd tries to do the check raise and trap him and he gets nothing. So
that blue plate looks excellent.
Deuce 3-6 here.
nice check there though.
That's a
And again, the highest bid right now is by Playas on 2+2.
25.
No, we actually already have a $20 bid.
Oh, I
And we have a $20 bid right now, and Playas
Okay.
has tried to match that bid. So we're waiting for any more than that.
Okay.
And we will get it autographed. I promise you, I will get it autographed by as many prominent poker players that I can find.
So how long do people have to wait for it?
Oh, this is maybe we'll mail it out within 10 days.
Okay.
I mean, give me a week and I'll find they're here every night. They're probably here tonight. It's Saturday night at the Pike.
Unfortunately, we probably missed out on like a Doyle Brunson or. But we'll never know.
You never know exactly.
Yeah.
You never know.
I mean, Barry's planning on coming back on Wednesday, I think. So at least that much.
Fresco or whatever. The local.
Yes.
That's kind of nice. We've got a $20 bid on it already. I'm going to match that 20, so we've already got $40 raised. Let's see if we can get this up to 100.
Ace King 7. And like we said, we will match up to 100. But if the bid goes up higher than that, it can
Well,
go higher.
I
than that.
personally am going to max 100.
Yeah.
If you want to match more yourself, feel free.
Well. What I was saying was the bid itself could go over 100.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's for a good cause.
Turn is an ace. Third spade.
Katie's still in the lead here. Button is in seat 4. And Katie is... Luis has position on Katie, so... This is one of those, if Luis really takes control of the pot, he probably can win it. Katie doesn't have much. And it goes check, check. And the river's a 6. That doesn't actually help her hand.
No.
It's hold'em. We can't have 3 pair. She still has aces and 7s with a king kicker. And she's going to take it down.
A hand like You're more than happy to show it down. Can't bet.
I couldn't imagine how that turn didn't help you in some way.
I had a better kicker than that.
They straddled.
Yeah, but I know how to bet it too.
And once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We are playing No Limit Hold'em. We are live, unedited, unscripted. Blinds are $3 and $5. The button right now is in seat 5, small blind in seat 6. That's Albie with $3 small blind. And Vary there in seat 7 has a $5 big blind in there.
Doesn't matter if you would have lost that time, it's worth it to call it.
And seat 1 is going to limp in. That's Nadiv.
Bet it, he doesn't have it.
Race 20.
About 10 minutes from now, I'll call you up and tell you. You know you have that the whole way.
I'm giving you
Use the white so
one more. I should go, what did he have? No, I won't do that.
And I'm going to play real. Where I can win.
Russ raised it up there with ace queen of diamonds. Made it $20 to go. Albie called. Albie called there with king 10 off suit. Now Albie's a tight player and he calls of all players to call. Russ. Very strange. And the flop is king 3-8. Albie's got top pair, but Russ has got the nut flush draw. And Albie is a favorite to take the hand down. Russ has got 12 outs. Wow, he checks it. And now Albie's going to throw a little bet in there, and I imagine he's probably going to take it down. Wow, and the players did not even wait for Albie to put the real money in there. And the river was an ace, which would have given the rabbit cam there shows an ace, which would have given Russ the pot. Wow. I got to tell you, one thing I hate doing is I'll never fold my hand before. I want to let my opponents really put their bet out there. Because otherwise, if they figure out that they can just kind of reach for their chips, they'll do that often. I don't think Albie obviously wasn't doing that, but he could have been.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it later. If I can get my hands on 14.
Once again, on September 12th, we're going to be going to a Monday through Friday format. We're moving. Well, not really moving. We're in the same production room, but we're going to be going Monday through Friday, 6 to 9 p.m. Pacific time. Our executive producer, Evelyn, is a diehard SNL fan, so I think she wants to catch those episodes. We got a couple of aces out there.
25.
Wow. Mike is betting with nothing. Got no pair, no draw. And Luis is moving all in with ace-8. And I don't know if Ruth can call here. She's got an ace, but only a 3 kicker. She can only beat a semi-bluff. She can only beat Luis if, say, Luis had a flush draw, but obviously we see that he doesn't. It's about a $120 bet. Pot is about $200 right now. And I don't think Mike can call, obviously, with his queen high. And he throws it away. And I got to tell you, Mr. and Mrs. Roach, I don't think Mike is worthy. Katie can do better.
You know, what we need to do is someone buys a subscription and sells it to everyone else for like $1.
Wait, do what?
Well, look at this. This is great. I hope 7 and 7 from 2+2. 2+2, by the way, is a website. You can go to 2plus2.com, and it's a live thread where people watch Live at the Bike and talk about it. 7 and 7 has just raised the bid to $50.
I'm a little 15-inch monitor at home, so it wouldn't work on my
So that's $100 raised already. And I do want to give credit to players. He or she did bid $20. And thank you very much, players. Do appreciate it. It's for a good cause. And There we go.
I look this way.
A bid of $50 for our Bombshells tank top that everybody at Live at the Bike will sign. Plus, we'll get a lot of professional poker players to sign it as well.
Yeah, check right behind you.
They both check.
Flop of ace-8-7 here. Nadiv's got the ace here. Lewis is not in there with much. And it goes check, check.
I check.
And Nadiv is really slow playing this. Wow, he's just inducing the bluff. And he's going to check raise here.
Raise. How many more?
Wow. Not a great hand, ace-9, but I think Nadiv figured he had the best hand and figured he'd slow play it a little bit. And he got Luis to bite. So we've gotten a few bids tonight. Players from Orlando, Florida, bid $20 on the tank top, and now we've got a 7 and 7 bid $50.
100% sugar is not exactly.
And at the end of the webcast, we will announce the winner. Button is in seat 8. That's Mike. Small blind is Katie in seat 9. Big blind is Nadiv in seat 1. Blinds are $3 and $5 here.
Who am I to spoil a good time, right?
Four players.
Okay, 10.
And Bart, while you were out, you missed that we got a $50 bid on the tank top.
That's great. By 7 and 7.
That's how you
7
do
and
it,
7.
kids.
That was a drink I could never really do.
7 and 7.
Yeah,
That's how it's done. How old are your kids?
I'm more of the Irish whiskey fan as opposed to
Well, they know
Canadian
that
whiskey.
I'm sure they've played already.
Yeah, I noticed as I get older, my tastes expand. You know, I remember when my dad gave me a first sip of scotch when I was like 16 years old. I almost threw up. But now, you
Yeah,
know,
Scotch has got a smoky flavor. I had a bad experience with Kentucky bourbon when I was 16. Trying to do the amount of shots that my birthday was in about 2 hours.
yeah, that would imagine that would create some problems.
Yeah, that
I'm still looking
that
forward to
stays
having.
with you. That smell stays with you.
I'm still looking forward to having it be a commentator grudge match on the Live at the Bike, where it'll be drinking will be involved.
8-8-3 here. Couple of hearts.
It's pretty straightforward. Nobody has anything, and everybody checks.
Turn is a 4 of clubs.
Nadiv has picked up a open-ended straight draw here, and Ruth has picked up the open-ended straight draw as well. Mike's going to buy in for $200 more. Seat 8 there. See the river? The river's a 3. Now this is kind of funny. 6 high is actually going to take this down.
Yeah.
It's 8s and 3s,
Are there any more hearts in the deck or what?
and she bet it, but she actually didn't need to. That's kind of funny.
I had 2 of them.
6 high was going to take the pot down.
I'm not telling him in the middle of the game.
I didn't.
I know that.
You're well. That's what she said. Thanks.
Don't you hate
I'm
that?
just trying to help.
And there are people who do.
Oh, yeah. A lot of
I just voted. That's a tip for you.
Dave, I'm going to match the bid as well, so you and I. So there you go.
You
So
rock.
get those bids up there.
You're cool.
$50 bid.
So now we got $150 raised.
Yep.
Wow, that's great.
Players, like younger players,
Well, thank you, Bart.
but I'm not young.
Good karma.
Yeah.
I keep bringing that up again.
Let's all take a field trip. Let's take Live at the Bike.
Oh, it sounds fun. We don't all want to go there. We have to go there, like one at a time,
Ships.
Live at the Bike goes to the Pachanga.
$20 raise here by seat 8.
And then it would be the same thing here.
You trying to see if he's going to call in on?
We'll each take a table.
I haven't looked.
I'm not worried about you.
Just to give you an idea that you get a
And seat 1 has called with the ace 3 of diamonds.
Two plays.
And we are heads up here. Jack 9 against ace 3 of diamonds.
People from different towns in your game.
Flop comes ace king 6. What a monster flop for Nadiv. Top pair and the nut flush draw. A bet and a call. Nadiv calls on the button.
Tonight is that way.
The turn is an 8.
Yeah.
Five, I'm sorry.
Mike checks. Nadiv's going to bet. And
I feel like those reality ones.
Nadiv's going to take it down.
People are out together, they don't know each other, and they have to compete in games together. So that'd be like us. There's all personalities and styles.
Show up with your RV decorated out with your outlaw logo and every time you get to these. The Queen 4 was the one I could not remember.
Okay, well, some exciting news here. For the bidding for the tank top, now I'm going to show everybody what we've got up for the bid here. Not only are you going to get this Bombshells tank top, okay, but you will also get this book, The Ron Rose Poker Aces,
There you go.
Stars of Tournament Poker, okay? So you get, where am I? Here I am. Okay, thank you. You get both, and they will be autographed by as many players as we can find.
And by us, of course. too.
And by us and everybody else live in bike. And as many players we see. Kenneth James,
Yeah.
Yoshi Nakano.
And you don't need to be a subscriber to be a part of this either.
No, of course not. This is just for a good cause. All proceeds will go to help out the hurricane victims.
Matched by David and I personally.
Yes, exactly.
Up to $100.
And right now the winner is 7-7 so far. He's bid $50.
And actually, I think that somebody, again, we're on a 5-minute delay here, but Playas has made it 60 to go. He's raised.
Well, there you
made
go.
it 60
Playas
to go.
out of Los Angeles, out of Orlando, Florida,
Yep.
has just raised the bid to $60. Fabulous.
And I think that Central Florida got a little bit of, obviously they weren't damaged, anything like the Gulf Coast, but did they get a little piece of that, too? Little
They
tropical
did, Katrina, as it went
storm
across. Actually, unfortunately, six people died from hurricane.
in Florida, northern Florida. Yeah.
A couple of days before it hit the Gulf.
He's like, I can't reject it, I'll get in trouble. Let it go to work.
Oh, God. That was so funny. Did I tip you?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, we're live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We're playing No Limit Hold'em.
We're all starved for a little dance music. That's clear.
Play it now.
Oh, God, check.
Five players.
This pot is limped around 5 ways, it looks like. Pocket 9's over there for seat 2, Lewis. Did not raise. King Jack 4 on the flop.
Do you check?
Yes,
check.
yes.
I check.
The music has inspired me to check.
I'll check.
He gets checked around. The turn's a 10. And it looks like Very has got second pair of the best hand. And he has an open-ended straight draw. And Ruth bets 15 here with Jack Deuce. Very calls. And Lewis has got a gut shot to the queen, but anyone with an ace would have a straight.
Yeah, Luis is pretty much drawing dead, actually, because of Lloyd in the pot. The queen
Louise,
is in.
excuse me. Louise.
Lewis. Who knows?
Louise. No, Lewis. He mucks. Oh, Lloyd's going to come in there with ace 10.
He's got a pair. He's got a gut shot also.
River's a deuce, and Queen Jack is good here, Dave.
I have a jack.
Wow. And did Ruth stay in there with Jack Deuce?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
I missed it, too. She hit 2 pair on the river.
She hit a second pair.
I didn't even see it, and she didn't realize it
She
either.
didn't realize
checked
it.
it. Yeah.
Went kind of over all our heads. You know, it's interesting when you look at the terrible hurricane that hit New Orleans and Mississippi and all those areas. It kind of makes you keep things in perspective, in the sense of, you know, sometimes you go into work, or in our case, we go into the poker table and we play, and you get a bad beat or you just have a crappy day. and it just keeps things in perspective. You know, things could be worse. Once again, our thoughts and our prayers are out to everybody out there.
35.
That's how I feel about that deuce.
35.
Under the gun here makes it 35 to go with ace-queen off suit. And Ruth is going to make a loose call here with ace-5 suited. She's dominated.
Just give it to me, don't think.
2 plays.
Loosey-goosey.
Very against Ruth. Ace-deuce-10. You wonder if Ruth's going to be able to get away from it.
Let's
here.
see.
I check.
She's going to check.
I call.
Oh, wow. And Very bets.
60.
He bet 60, and Ruth calls. And at this point, I would think that you would really put her on a weak ace, Dave. I mean,
and he's
there's
only got
nothing-
about $70
There
left.
isn't much out there on the flop. Turn is a 4. Now she picks up a wheel draw, and he moves all in, which I think is the right play. So she would need to spike a 5 or a 3 here, and an 8 of diamonds comes on the river, and Barry's going to take it down there with ace-queen.
And he doubles up. Nice play by
A
Barry.
little bit
there.
of the problem there with ace-5, right, Dave? You're either going to win a small pot with the ace or lose a big one, like you said, right?
It's one of those things where if the player I'm playing against has a lot of money, I might take one off and see if I can get really lucky and catch 2 pair, or I can outplay the player. But you got to be able to get away from it.
What did you have? Did you have an ace?
Again, we were on a 5-minute delay, so the bids are going to be a little bit delayed.
Right.
For that, nice. Sure.
Well, don't worry. We actually have another almost 2 hours left in our webcast tonight.
Yeah.
And the shirt and the poker aces, Ron Rose's poker aces, the Stars of Tournament Poker, will not be awarded until the end of the webcast. And once again, both these are going to be autographed. Kind of cool. This book is a great book. It's got about 100 different players, fully autographed. I mean, not autographed, I'm sorry. I mean, illustrated, color pictures. Really great insight into some of the best players of poker.
3 plays.
Three-way action here. Limped around.
One.
Queen,
One,
3, 8.
That's a lot of
Couple of clubs. No one really has much of anything here. Turns a 5. Open-ended straight draw now for Albie. He's going to check.
Another
Check,
3
check.
right now.
River's an ace.
Where was this last time?
Check.
Looks like Jack High is good here.
I check.
Jack.
Without
care?
ace.
Ace? Jack?
Wow.
Some interesting things in this book here. I'm looking at Mark Safe's pages on him. I like his quote here. You have to become your opponent for a moment, be in his mind, and exploit the weakness of his hand when you find it. And Mark Safe was born in Cairo, Egypt in 1967, making him 38 years old.
That's headset.
Gotta keep them tuned in.
Keep them happy. I mean, the dance music helps, but it's not happening all the time. Did you call him on his phone
So we can dance.
Okay, I'll call this.
I'm not gonna raise.
We're gonna play
Why you gotta be like this? Okay.
Five
Because it's you.
Only because you tried for not doing that.
I'll check blind.
You tell me I got the pot odds.
I'm checking blind.
4 plays.
I'm looking good.
So we're going to see 4-way action here.
And
30s.
3, 6, 10 on the flop.
Thank you.
And Mike bets with King 10.
What happened?
What?
You have a call.
Okay.
I just gonna toss his cards. Oh,
No,
I thought.
no.
Never mind.
I was gonna toss him. It's okay.
2 plays.
It happens.
For some reason,
6, 7 calls. The turn's a deuce of diamonds.
4 things.
These two.
$40 bet there, my Mike.
Have a feeling. I'm gonna check.
You need a miracle.
And Ruth calls again here with 6, 7. The river's a jack of diamonds. And Mike bets again.
No miracle this time.
And Ruth is going to muck.
And sorry about that, folks. I was having a little technical difficulty with my headphone, but I'm back.
it's like it's 5 minutes away. They show your cards while you're playing.
So it's like a draw at one hand really long, then maybe somebody.
Yeah.
See that.
Then you gotta get on the phone. Get text. I am too. That doesn't help me.
I like what Johnny Chan says in the book here. Not too many players try to bluff me. If there's any bluffing or stealing going on, I'm going to be the one doing
That's
it.
it. Advertise.
Apparently they can't hear us very well.
No, that's not good.
5, 10, 6 here. A couple of spades. Barry's got a flush draw.
20s.
Get the engineers on it.
I'm looking really good. I'm looking really good right now. No reason to lie.
It's amazing how much goes into making a production.
Seat 5 calls here. Ruth's going to call here. She's got a second pair.
Yeah, she's got 6, 7 again.
Barry's, I mean, that's a monster hand from Barry there, huh? Top pair with the flush draw.
Yep.
She's in really bad shape.
Turn is an 8. Well, she picks up a straight draw.
Yeah, now he's got 2 pair with the flush draw.
Yep, and he's going to bet again.
I mean, if she were to beat him on this one, this is a really bad beat.
And she calls. Yeah. And the river's a 9. It gives her the straight, but it gives him the flush.
Yep.
And he bets again.
40.
And Dave, I think that what
He
you said,
underbet
maybe
the
a
pot.
time to overbet. Why did he only bet $40 there?
He left money on the table again.
Yeah.
And that's what No Limit's about. It's about maximizing your wins.
Yep.
Minimizing your losses, obviously. That's poker, really, but especially in No Limit Hold'em, where you're deciding how much to bet. And he definitely could have bet at least $70, $80 there. She would have called it a straight. No doubt.
No, I had a good draw.
Button is in seat 8. Small blind is in seat 9.
And then you have to call.
Dave, I wanted to make an announcement regarding the live at the bike email. We kind of haven't been necessarily updating or following that during the show.
Right.
But Isaac has added an improvement, and I can follow it now.
Oh, super.
So you can bid through the email. Also, you can continue to email us at liveatthebike.com, and I'll get to some emails that we got over the last couple of days just to make sure
Well, that's
to
perfect.
confirm that.
So you can either bid through 2+2 or
Yeah.
bid through via the email.
Yep. Mike has flop trip 8s here, seat 8.
Oh my god.
30s.
$30 bet.
Yes.
Great.
He fold?
Wow, and Ruth is going all in with ace king.
Yeah.
Well, Mike's just like, okay, I call.
Wrong time to go on.
And Ruth's in a heap of trouble here. Yeah, he's dead.
Use it. Make it better.
And that's a full house.
Yep, she is drawn dead.
There was a 5, and Mike's going to take it down.
Oh, it's on ace.
That was a good one.
Nice.
That was 17. That was sexy.
Look at this. SP Surfin' Michael has said that he will re-raise to $125.
Really?
Yep. So that is now $325 that we have raised
Exactly.
for
SP Surfin' Michael out of Los Angeles, California,
yep.
has just bid $125
Yep.
on the Poker Aces book and the tank top,
Yep.
autographed and signed by as many people as we can find,
Yep.
and for a great cause.
You have to lay it down. That was good $20 move. I mean,
Yeah, Isaac is recommending, is suggesting that maybe we could double the bids if we get Bart to streak across it. I will actually donate an extra $100 if Bart does not. Nothing personal, Bart.
Let's do it.
4 players.
4-way action here. 9-3 on the flop.
Yeah, nobody's got a nothing here. Yeah, really. I mean, Nadiv's got second pair of threes here. But with a 7 kicker, I mean, how much can he really push?
And Lewis calls with a gut shot.
That's a lot of bets. That's a lot of bets. That's a lot of bets.
Well, he's got overcards, too.
6 or 800 times.
Turns
Yeah,
a
yeah,
deuce.
yeah. I'm thinking probably 800.
Nadiv checks.
You know.
Oh, no, he's going to bet. It's like
I
20.
see the other night doing good. She was at 200 table. What's she going to play now?
Takes it down.
He takes it down. So here we go. We had an email this morning, and I don't know if this person is listening now, Dave, but he was asking about how sometimes in the big game we run the river multiple times.
Right.
So why don't you go in and explain that a little bit?
Well, running the river pretty much, and running sometimes it's also running the turn and the river as well. And the reason for that is to hedge your bet. Sometimes the pot gets really big. You know, for example, somebody might bet 1,000, the other guy re-raises 5,000, and they call, and we've got a $10,000 pot.
Yep.
So what they'll do is they'll hedge their bet. Let's say one guy has top pair or a set, and the other guy has a flush draw. What they'll do is they'll run it, say, 3 times, and the pot will literally be divided 3 ways. 1 time for each turn in river. Or in that case, it was just 1 time for each river. And depending on the player's holdings, more often than not, one player will win 2 times, the other player will win once, and both players will at least have some chips left to continue the game. And sometimes the pots get really big, and they kind of do it to hedge their bets.
C2 is raised here. Luis has got pocket kings. He made it 30 to go. Out of the blind.
Wow. And Nadiv is on the button here with pocket 9, so... But in this case, Luis does not have enough money. It's one of those times I really think it's, you know...
Well, he's going to make the re-raise, Dave. Maybe he thinks he has the best hand right
yeah,
now.
well,
He's
that's what
gonna
I'm
try to
saying.
isolate.
It's kind of move or lose, you know,
Yeah,
either raise or
move it or
fold.
lose it, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
And he's going to make it 75, and that's pretty much going to commit.
I do appreciate you verbalizing my thoughts.
And there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And I can't fault the play there. It's either raise or fold there. You're certainly not going to call it.
Yeah.
Luis just does not have
Now,
enough money.
one of the kings is dead.
Right.
But Nadiv is still way
behind.
Way behind.
We're talking about 80% favorite Luis is here.
Yep.
Nadiv's about a 20%. And all the money's in the pot here. It's about a $250 pot, right?
Yep.
Kings and 9s. To the flop.
That's good. That's very good for you.
And running the river or running the turn more than once
I got out.
Right now. It's going to be a dagger right now.
Ace Jack 6 here.
only happens when the players are all in. I mean, theoretically, these players could run the entire flop more than once.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about my trips. I'm talking about his trips.
And of course, you talked about how that was to hedge the bet. Pocket kings takes it down there.
Right. Now, in this case, pocket kings. Let's say it was a big bet. Pocket kings versus pocket aces.
Right.
But it was a huge bet, and these guys didn't want to gamble it that much. They might run it 3 times because the pocket aces doesn't want to lose his whole bankroll maybe on that hand, and he figures, okay, well, I'm down to at least win definitely 2 of them.
Yep.
It used to happen a lot.
Now, the funny thing, too, though, is that, and I remember asking you about this, is that I don't think at the Bicycle Casino that they allow you to run the river in the restricted buy-in games. Or run cards multiple times. It's not really allowed.
Well, the reason for it is it takes time.
Yeah.
And time costs the casino money.
Right.
You know, every hand is played is money the casino makes.
So you're not going to see this
Not usually.
at this game.
If the pots get really big, they'll allow it.
Yeah.
I actually had a pot yesterday that was $1,200, and if the player wanted to, I would have run it 3 times.
And again, it's not really something, I mean, both players have to agree, so why would somebody step in and say, no, you can't do it, right?
Right. In the end, it's not. They just don't want to do it for, like, you know, a pot's $220.
Right.
And it used to happen a long time ago because the games, the no-limit games, if 1 or 2 players would go broke in the game would die.
Yep.
And they'd have no players for the game. So they started hedging the bets. That way, you know, the pot's $10,000. One guy would win 2/3, the other guy would win 1/3, and the game would continue.
Well, look at this. Michael's gonna open it for 20 with 10-8 offsuit, and he gets called by Ace King of Clubs in seat 2 and King Queen. Oh, Ace 3. Lewis has got trips, and he did just double
And if
through.
you're Luis here, you're kind of hoping. Well, I hope this guy's got pocket queens or kings.
And it gets checked around. Turns a 4 spades.
Yeah, nobody's got a spade in their hand now.
Check.
Luis going to finally put some money in here? Yeah, he's going to bet.
I think he has to.
Bets 50. Now, Mike, of course, didn't really have anything to start with. And Nadiv takes it down.
Actually, Luis.
Luis takes it down, excuse me. I'm doing a lot of things here at the same time because I want to get to some more emails that were written the last couple of days.
And we're going to be updating our Live at the Bike. It's a new website. It's www.liveatthebike, spelled out.com. Check it out.
Now, Chris Burns, who I believe is either Dr. Beebe's son or of some relation, we asked the question, what is Dr. Beebe a doctor of? And he's actually I said psychology or psychiatry, and I knew that was a joke, but he's actually a professor of statistics and methods in research. So he's a PhD. He's not a medical doctor.
That's kind of cool.
So there you go.
Wow.
And again, any type of technical questions, of course, you can email the Live at the Bike, but we're not going to address them on air. That's something that our producer does off on the side.
They're the hand champions of middle.
So
there'll also be my blog, Under the Gun with David Tuckman. You can follow that on liveatthebike.com.
Yep.
And I'll kind of let you know what's going on in my own head, what's going on in the poker world around me, how many times I sucked out or how I'm doing in that week.
Did I hear you say all that? I said go ahead. Oh.
I don't know. No, I wouldn't say that.
And I've been told that the best part of me is my wife.
Not a gameplay.
Unfortunately, she's not available. Fortunately, I suppose I should say that, actually. Nadiv still has the best hand here. Pair of sixes with an 8 kicker. Luis is going to need an ace or a king. And that's not going to do it. But let's see if Luis wants to throw in a nice hefty raise, he can probably take the pot away, but I don't think he's going to. I think he's just going to fold.
And Dave, we have an update. Playas has bid $150 now. And there you go.
Right now, so as of right now, $150 is the winning bid for a great book, Poker Aces, The Stars of Tournament Poker by Ron Rose.
Yep.
And we'll get that autographed by as many players as we can. And this great tank top.
Yep.
Now, if we could just get one of the bombshell models to actually come with the tank top, we
you
could probably get a little more money.
Now, Nadiv here has a pair of sixes, and he's bet, and Luis is going to fold there, the ace-king, and Nadiv takes it down. Now, the other logistical thing, Dave, here is that because we're on a 5-minute delay, I'm going to try to figure out the best way to end this bidding thing. It'll end, obviously, I'm going to say 10 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're going to stop the bidding at 9:50. And now we're really up to this level. We'd like to probably do I would say the bid increments, and I'm going to say now probably in $25 increments, because I don't want it to get complicated where someone says, okay, I bet 155 1 minute beforehand. So the bet is 150 now. If someone wants to bet 175, go right ahead.
Look at Lloyd. Lloyd should bid 200. He's having a great day.
Yep.
Nadiv also is having a good day. Katie's also having a good day. That's actually Mike in seat 8. He's doing okay. It's his second buy-in, but he's still doing well. Russ is still, that's his second buy-in. He's in for $400.
Yep.
And maybe even $500. I'm not sure if he rebought for 3 or 2 the second time.
Mike raised here with ace-king of clubs, and he's going to take it down.
Oh, I don't believe the next one.
That's huge for Vince now. Nice hand. Yeah, that's the feel for the limp right there. $25.
Yeah. Thank you, Paula.
That's where I remember you from. The whole time. $20 makes you holler.
Now listen to this. Arvin says on 2+2, Fryman Tuck.
Now what's Fryman?
After listening to you for 3 months, I think you still sound like Skippy from Family Ties. I'm glad that I know what you look like now.
There you go.
At least.
What is it? What exactly is Fryman Tuck? I don't mind Tuck, Tuckman, Dave, David, Friar Tuck.
Bart Jr.?
No, I don't like that either. Any of those work, but the Fryman Tuck, I'm not sure. I'm not a big fan of the Fryman. But hey, if you're going to bid on this and donate, go ahead.
We got a pot. It looked like somebody raised to $10 here, and we've got a multi-way pot here. Queen Jack 7, and Katie's flopped the flush. She's got the second nut flush, and she bets. She bets 20. Okay. Now let's see if Albie. Oh, look at that! Albie immediately mucks King Jack, and I got to tell you, he might be the well, it was just second pair. But there's a lot of players that might even take one off there with King Jack.
Well, if he had, if it was King Jack and the King of Clubs,
Right.
he might have taken one off.
Right.
But without a club in his hand, it's...
I thought at first it was top pair there, dude.
Right.
Now,
Oh, I see.
what I'm saying, if it was top pair, a lot of people would call that
Yeah.
game. So again, we're opening the world up to live@thebike.com. Again, emails, and I will try to read every email. What I'm going to try to do is that more the interactive response thing is going to be on 2+2. But if people want to email questions, comments, suggestions about, say, the previous night's show the next day, I will read them. And,
definitely.
we'll
Any
comment on them.
questions, any strategy questions, any questions about, commentating, any questions about poker, go ahead and ask.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to answer them. And if we don't know the answer, we'll ask somebody else who does.
And again, though, 2+2 is going to remain kind of a live interactive
Proud of
thing.
you. Good restraint.
And a question about running the river 2 or 3 times. They do burn a card after each additional street.
Jack 6? You gotta be dominated.
Yeah. I felt real confident too.
Russ Fox, boy, we haven't seen him play a lick, have we, Dave?
Well, he actually got up from the table, took a little break.
Yeah.
So that's part of the reason. But he's back now.
And again, even if you're not paying attention to the game, you give the guy action.
No, of course not. Although, you know what? He went broke with Ace King, so you're sitting there going, well, now right now he kind of looks like, almost tight weak.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wow.
Mike has raised here to he's raised to $20 with King Jack off suit. Seat 7 limped in with 6-7 of diamonds. They're both pretty deep here, and he's going to make the call.
I'll check blind.
Going to check blind. Like you said, Dave, you like to bet blind then.
Right.
3, 4, 5. Look at this. He's flopped the nut straight. Wow.
And he's
Mike's
got
gonna
backdoor
bet.
diamond draw, too.
Mike bets 45.
Believe it or not, this might be one of the rare times where Mike is drawing, I want to say drawing dead to winning the pot. Very rare on the flop that you can be drawing dead to winning the pot, and I think he's actually drawing dead to winning the pot.
Right.
All
Obviously, he could chop.
He could chop, obviously, with 6 or
Right.
7, get 6 and a 7 come on the board.
Yeah.
But I think he's... I can't think of any
Yeah, I think
combination
you're
of
right.
cards
Yeah.
that come out that would help
So,
out.
Barry just check calls here. Turns a king, and that's
Uh-oh.
going to get Mike in trouble. And Barry's checked again.
It's probably a good time to check raise.
Mike has bet 55, and it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
He's going to make it 200 straight.
And you can see how relaxed Barry is in terms of if you're reading players, look at him. He very, very quickly and in a relaxed manner put those chips in there.
Yeah. And it's not like, say a flop, the turn card came 8 where he might just be making a move. I mean, it's a king, and he doesn't seem scared to check raise.
To me, this is very clearly like he has a set, a straight, 2 pair.
Right. Yeah, and Mike's going to lay it down.
I mean, it's just in the mannerism of how relaxed he is. Look, he's not trying to force a smile. Very comfortable.
Well, how about this play for you on the turn? And I don't know what to call it. The reverse stop bet, or the reverse bet on the turn where you hope that he catches a king, and you put what looks like a defensive bet in from up front, hoping that he raises you. I kind of call it the reverse check raise and limit play. I'll make it sometimes when I think the guy's going to pop me on the turn. Instead of check raising him, I'll 3-bet it.
No, and it's a good play, obviously. I think it's a little advanced for these players.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a good play.
I think you could put a weak bet there on the turn, hope that the guy caught a king, and then he's thinking, well, what is this guy doing? Betting because he's got an open-ended straight draw? I'm going to raise it.
Jonas actually made that play on me. We were playing in the $500 buy-in game, unrestricted buy-in, and I had ace-king. The flop had come out ace blank blank. He had ace-10.
Yeah.
He checked, I bet, okay? The turn came out at 10. He threw in a little bet, and to me it looked like a stop bet.
Right.
So I raised him. He then re-raised me all in.
Yeah.
And I realized what he had done,
Yeah.
and sure enough, he had ace-10.
Yeah.
And it was a nice play by him. He got probably about an extra $300 or $400 out of me.
Yeah.
By making that, because it looked like to me like he was trying to name his own price, and I said, no way.
Right.
I have ace-king.
And now seat 7, who just won that pot, he's got ace-king. Or he's got pocket jack. Seat 3's got ace-king.
Yeah.
And we're heads up. Pocket jack's made
And it's Russ. Let's see if ace-king comes this time.
Yeah. And Russ called with the ace-king. And he's just going to check fold here, 3-4-8. And that, I mean,
Has Russ won a pot tonight?
well, he made a raise out of the blinds with pocket tens a couple hours ago.
And won like $6?
Took it down, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the Russ Fox tribute night. This is Russ's last night here.
So there's one for Jive Dadson, the reverse stop bet.
Yeah.
And it's funny that we just keep harping on stop bet, stop bet, stop bet. It's really, again, it's not.
You really have a love-hate relationship with Jive, don't you?
I think we tend to overplay talking about that just because of that, gentlemen, on 2+2.
Yes,
But I think that's something that you can do, though, from up front. Make it look like they're making some sort of defensive bet. You know? Because I learned it as a limit technique, Dave, you know?
Oh, without a doubt. Too often people try to do it with a check raise when they have a big hand and limit hold them. Well, the best play is to bet, they'll raise, then you can 3-bet them.
Right. Queen Jack 4 here. Got checked around. The turn's a 7 of clubs.
Well, Russ's hand is just getting better and better here.
Yeah, he's going to bet 10. $10.
And I don't think anybody's going to call. Yeah. And Russ wins a pot. There we go. You know, poker is not unlike, double negative there, is not unlike a game of chess in the sense of you're always trying to stay one step ahead of your opponent. You know, it's not a matter of just thinking of what your opponent's thinking. It's thinking of what your opponent is thinking, you're thinking, that you might be thinking, that he might be thinking. And you go back and forth like that. And as you take it to the next level, and the next level beyond that, you can get more and more advanced.
Yeah.
You just got to make sure that when you're playing your opponent, that your opponent is taking to that level too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you kind of, those double moves, you can, if your opponent's not paying attention, it doesn't make a difference what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things. Barry would agree with this too. I was talking to him about it. He goes, you know, when he's playing against beginners or inexperienced players, it pretty much takes all those advanced plays out of his hand.
Check it up. I need a small blind.
Ooh, is Rick Nebbiolo coming into the game?
Right.
Oh, boy.
Wow. And he'll be in seat 8. Mike is going to leave.
We got 4-way action here, and I believe the pot was limped around. And the flop comes 7-deuce-7, 7-7. And Katie is bet here with a couple of overcards with King Queen.
So I want to say Ruth actually left now, and Albie has moved to seat 5.
Looks like Louise
and Mike has
called
moved to seat
pocket
6.
threes.
That's a small blind special, but it missed it.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
I don't think that Katie made enough of a bet there. Louise called with the pocket threes. Turns a 9. Now let's see if she just shuts down.
Jeez.
Yeah. And threes checks right behind him. Look at this. The queen comes on the river, and Katie's backed into the best hand, and she checks. And Louise checks, and you wonder what Louise was trying to do there, just trying to hit a set.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, here's another point of why you want to pay attention. I mean, Katie is not the type of person that it looks like to me where I'm going to be trying to take hands that have extremely high implied odds against her, because I haven't really seen her. I mean, she showed down queens that she played really, really passively.
Kings.
If you show any type of strength,
Right.
I don't necessarily know if you get paid off.
Right, exactly.
You know?
You almost have to. She has to have pocket aces, and you have to flop your set. I mean,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Now this game is going to have. Wait, this game's going to have Albie, Russ Fox, and Rick Nebbiolo in the game. If there ever wasn't a game in need of some KY, this is it.
But the thing is that the players on the table aren't. Oh, you got Katie over there. She's pretty tight.
That's
too.
what I mean. I mean, come on.
Man, they both have me. I had a 10 and I had a deuce. Jesus.
They both have me too.
9-5, that was good.
Man, I mean, I had the
Well,
winning
the
hand.
10 had
Jack 4 offsuit.
So again, the bid is at $150 now. We've raised $350 to the Red Cross. If you wanna-
Actually, I thought it was 160.
No, it's 150, I believe. I don't know.
Really? Okay, I thought players had made it 160.
Oh, is it 160?
I believe so. We'll have to go through here, obviously.
But anyways, we want to have the bets in $25 increments now. That was the point I was trying to make.
Bet 15.
And Arvin over at 2+2. I don't take it personal. Don't worry at all.
Mike is bet here with second pair.
I like the bet.
And Luis is called again. King Queen just overcards. The
Well,
turn's a
Luis's
9.
game is really kind of taking a hit. Once he got those, he lost that big pot with the King 9.
Yep.
And he lost that $500 pot. His game has definitely gone downhill from there.
Well, Mike he's picked up a straight draw now, and Luis is going to lay it down, and Mike's going to take the pot down.
Yep. And we lost Ruth and her sweet little Mary mom from England.
Am I small blinding you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, come on. How many times? That's the third time.
Third time only? Time.
Just because you're the button. I had one of those just because I was suited.
4 players. No, I'm serious. Just because of the button. Unless I win this.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's looking good.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. I know you're not that tight, but I still
10, 9, 10 here. Albie's got trip 9s, and he's checked it.
I got no choice. You're making me do this. I'm just telling you.
Checking the dart?
Yeah, I'm checking the dart. You know me. I don't
Wait a second. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. He's like, come on, I got a 9.
So Albie checked there on the flop with the trip 9s, and Mike has bet with absolutely nothing.
Well, Mike's
And Very
showing a
calls,
propensity to do that. He'll bet with nothing.
and Very calls with an open-ended straight draw. And now Albie's going to check raise.
45 more?
Yes, sir.
Although I understand check raising from up front, Dave, but unless there were other people in the hand before Albie, how do you know the button's going to bet there on the flop?
Well, Mike, now, if you're paying attention, Mike has been betting with pretty much. No, when it gets checked to him, it seems like he does bet. So, I don't know. Once again, though, Albie. I don't know what is Albie in for $400, and maybe he's got $220 in front of him. Russ is in for $400 or $500. He's maybe got $200 in front of him. I don't know. To me, I like a tight, aggressive game, but I think you got to mix it up a little more, especially in no limit. People familiar with with Live at the Bike are familiar with Mo, who plays in the big no limit game, and I really do like his game. He picks his spots, but he mixes it up. You can't put him on a hand. Interesting that Kenneth thought he was tight.
Well, when he said that, though, now, Mo says he thinks he likes to give a lot of action. I think he is pretty tight.
Really?
Yeah, I do. He doesn't play a lot of hands.
No, he doesn't play a lot of hands, but it's interesting that Kenneth thought he was tight. It's the image that Mo might portray at times.
Yeah.
Which is why he gets paid up, because he's in there sometimes at 4 or 5.
Right.
At 8, 9.
Button raised there. He's going to take it down.
I think of tight, I think of Rick Naviola, I think of Russ Fox. I don't really think of Mo.
Yeah.
Mo is, if anything, he's solid, not really, more than tight, I'd say.
She just took it into the machine, to the matrix.
Pocket aces. Let's not mess around.
No, but the other ones you told me.
And hopefully, Dave, over the course of the next couple of weeks, we've been very, very busy with Legends. We'll have that updated schedule on liveatthebike.com with the games coming up. We kind of kept our schedule open for August.
Yeah, exactly.
But I believe that Wednesday is planned on another high-limit whale game, obviously, 400, 800 or something like that.
And obviously, as we switch to Monday, Friday, it'll be
Yeah.
But, Wednesday looks like it's going to be a big game. Every Friday should be a big game.
Every Friday's the
We'll
big
probably
game.
have a limit game mixed in there during the week as well.
Yeah.
So
$10.
there's something for everybody. Whether you're a beginner or a pro, you can learn and be entertained from this show.
Luis bets right out on Trip Jacks. He bets $10 he's going to take.
And look, they're 7-7, up to $175.
There you go. There you go.
Well, that's great.
Yep.
Pocket kings. Let's go. Don't mess around.
Jackpot right now.
There's Rick Nebbiolo.
Jackpot, man.
That is true, man.
Everybody wins.
I want to lose when it comes to jackpot.
Well, yeah.
Rhode Island native, Granite State, Ocean State.
Bad beat, no matter what. I'll take a table share.
I had a jackpot here. I was on a table share. It was a $27,000 jackpot, yeah.
I asked Rick, I was like, Rick had gone home a couple weeks ago, and I said, so did you go up to Boston? Go up to Boston to have dinner? No, I just went to Providence. Like, oh, okay.
Good old Providence.
Yeah.
There you go.
6 players.
Limped around here 6 ways. Flop comes King, 9, Queen, all clubs.
Check.
And another flopped flush. This time it's Mike. He's flopped the nut flush.
Bet $10.
And seat number 1 is bet with second pair, and he's got the 8 of clubs in his hand. And Mike just calls. And again, we talk about how you'd really like to put some money in here. The turn is a 6. And now Mike's going to bet.
45.
He bets 45.
Good bet. Good bet.
And Nadiv is going to muck. And so Mike chose to check call the flop and then bet, and his opponent folded. So again, he kind of made the minimum on that hand as opposed to either betting out or check raising. Perhaps maybe making the 10 to 30. Something like that. I mean, a nominal amount, but I think sometimes players just freak out when they flop the nuts and really don't know what to do.
So, what's your sign?
Stop sign, damn it.
He said triangle.
That was good.
Triangle.
Right, 15 total.
Unless you know my favorite shape or something.
I'm more of an octagonal.
Seat 8 is raised here with King Jack offsuit.
No, those are are they?
And pocket queens in seat 2, just smooth calls from the cutoff. Russ Fox is in there with pocket 6s, and Lloyd has got ace king. Pocket queens playing the hand very dangerously, and we got 5-way action, $75 pot. King 3-8, couple of clubs. Lloyd's got the ace king, and he's got a lead.
Bet 45.
And let's see if Very can get away from the hand. And obviously Luis, now he's got a caller in the middle. Those queens had better go in the muck pretty quick there over in seat 2. Bet by Lloyd and a call by Very. Oh, Luis, if you're going to play the queens like this, you got to get away from them. A bet and a call. And he's going to call. Ugh. Well. Russ Fox is going to muck. Here we go to the turn. The turn's a 10. See what Lloyd does here. He's in early position. He's going to make a nice size bet, about $200, about the size of the pot. Pot's now about 400, 200 to call. And here's part of the problem with playing something like King Jack. Lloyd's played it pretty tight all night long. Action's over to Very. $400 pot, 200 to call.
One's behind him.
Yeah, no, it does.
Shows the back of my head.
No, it gets the table. That's where they get the cards. I think. Oh, no, they get the cards.
Very is still thinking here.
Yeah, no, they.
And Luis has to know now that his hand is no good. Very's going to muck it, a good laydown. And Luis is rubbing the cards, wanted to show us that he's got pocket queens. Chose to smooth call in the cutoff and got 5 or 6-way action with pocket queens. Pretty much the exact opposite of what you want to do with that holding in late position, I would think. Although in this case, if he can get away with it, he probably lost less because Lloyd had the ace-king, and you wonder if he would have been able to get away from it then if he had re-raised. Oh, he just can't get away. And he's going to muck it there, and Lloyd's going to take it down with the ace-king. Playas has bid $200 now. There you go. So we've raised $400 for the Red Cross. Playas from Orlando, Florida.
Not too big, not too small.
No, it was the right amount, I think.
Yeah, it was a good bet. I liked it.
What was already in the pot? I almost matched the pot. That was
210. Got a limp there by seat number 1.
$30 total.
And Russ Fox is going to raise to $30. And boy, would I pretty much send anything in the muck that wouldn't be aces or kings. Or possibly queens here. He's raised to 30 with pocket jacks.
30.
Everyone's trying to get some more.
And everyone's going to fold.
And this kind of goes to the question you were asking
And he
before,
doesn't get
Bart.
any action.
And this is you said, would you do it with jacks? And I said, well, if I had jacks, well, that's one less hand that
Oh, wait
he
a
might
minute,
have.
excuse me. Naive is called with king 6 suited.
Wow.
What's he watching out there, Dave? And he's out-flopped him. King 5.
Russ is going broke on this one.
And Russ bets a tiny bit. He bets 45.
Wow, it's just not Russ's night.
Oh, wow.
Russ tribute night is not working out.
But again, I mean, Russ is, he's not, he's a good poker player.
Right.
If he calls the bet, what does he think he has? There really isn't a draw out there, right?
I
It's a
would-
rainbow
I
flop.
gotta be honest, if I'm the div, I raise right here. It's the only way to play it. It's heads up, though. It's really tough to give somebody credit for kings here. Because Nadiv might make this play with
check
tens,
raise the
nines,
minimum,
eights.
possibly? Something like that? He's going to call. Crying call, Dave.
Yeah, look at that act.
Yeah.
So, oh, I call. Crying call. Come on.
Turns a 10.
And now it's getting worse and worse for Russ because he's looking at
Yeah.
it. I can't beat aces. I can't beat kings. I can't beat queens. I
Yeah.
can't beat any king. And I
Now-
can't even beat tens.
And now that's not necessarily a great card. Look at this. He's going to check behind. He's going to take the card. And the river's a 5. And now Nadiv immediately bets.
75.
He's going to bet
See if
75
Russ
here.
can get away from it here. Russ can only beat nines.
No, he calls quickly, Dave.
Yeah.
He calls quickly.
And I got to be honest, I would have liked to see Russ throw that away because you got to start thinking of what hand did this guy call me with. Well, think about the holdings. What could he have, Bart? If he's got queens or aces, then he's got him beat, right?
Right.
If he's got tens, he's got him beat.
7s, 8s, 9s.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing he can have.
Yeah.
You know, ace king, he's got him beat. King queen, he's got him beat.
Yeah.
There's just not much that Russ can beat anymore. And I am
And
excited
Russ
to
is
say,
getting up, and he's
Yeah.
going to leave.
good night, Russ. That's karma. Maybe if he had given us a book, he would have done better.
Take a small blind and play 200.
You were acting so.
And I want to say I'm a little excited. I'm really excited actually about our auction. Toto Leonidas,
Yeah.
and Hassan Habib are in the house, and
Yeah.
they both have signed the Poker Stars book.
Now, I did see Tuan Lee earlier. Is he not there now?
I didn't
Right
see
now?
him.
Okay.
Toto and Hassan Habib are signing the book right now and signing the shirt right now. And I'm really excited to say that, so we've got our first 2 signatures already.
Okay.
And more and more to come. And I'm sure I'll get Ron Rose to sign it too. He is in the house as well.
But then you check and he bet, right?
King 5-5 here. Luis has flopped trip 5s.
Bet 20.
And it's funny, you asked that question before, you know, when Russ re-raises, what will you call with? And you said queens, and queens obviously would have been good there. And jacks, I said, no, I probably would throw that
Well,
away.
Russ didn't re-raise there. He raised.
He raised.
Bunch of
Okay.
limpers.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Which obviously is a marked difference, I
Yeah.
think.
So if his king
Clearly.
he's got to bet his king.
Seat 6 bet 20 with ace 3, and Luis just calls here with the ace 5.
Raise 35 more.
Oh, he's going to raise. And actually, it was Barry that bet with king 6. Dave.
Right.
35 more.
Let's see if Barry can get away from this. And he
Okay.
does. Nice lay down by Barry.
There you go. Well, we got the bid is up to 250 now by 7 and 7. It was up to 225. Now it is up to 250.
Well, that's fabulous. Really great. Going for a good cause. And
And then I saw someone else try to bid 220 here. We're up to 250. And we again
7 and 7. And who tried to post 220 there? I just
220
want to
was-
acknowledge anybody bidding.
Total Bluff Doc.
Total Bluff
And
Doc.
again, we'd like to keep the bids at $25 increments now that it's up this high.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, it's a great thing. I mean, again, signed by all these players. You get the shirt, you get the book.
Right. And I'm going to do my best. I promise you, I'm going to do my best to get as many signatures as possible over the next week to 10 days, and then we'll get it out to you right away.
Yep.
This is not a full-time job. It's not a full-time poker player.
5 players.
And we're going to have 5-way action here to the flop. Jack, 4, Jack, couple of
Just
diamonds.
for the rider, he got lucky. Somebody published his poker.
Barry has a flush draw there. Barry, seat 7.
Just if you can find anybody to read it.
And Nadiv is going to bet on the 4. She's got queen 4. And a call there with the flush draw.
Did you say Nadiv she has the 4?
But not anyone can
turn is a deuce. Nadiv.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Bet 30.
And I felt bad for him.
Now, Very could take this one away with a check raise here, Dave. And
Yeah,
instead, he's just
represent
going to
jack.
check call. And look at this. He checked blind. He's going to
Checked
check
blind.
blind on the river. And the river's an 8.
Called him down with a queen 4 and caught her straight on the river. It was like
And you wonder if Nadiv thinks he needs to bet this to win it. He's just
No,
going to check
he
it
checks
down.
down.
Yeah.
Watch that river killed him. He had like a 10.
No, that's a
As
good
if
hand
that
there.
wouldn't have helped him.
And I like the
Well,
check
yeah,
there
so
by
he doesn't
Nadiv.
know.
There's no point in betting it. It's going, well, if the guy's got a jack, well, he's going to call me. And if the guy has a 4, it's a chop where I'll be behind.
Wait, where's the button?
Button gonna be.
No, not that
Oh,
button.
okay.
I meant the computer button.
Everyone's going to think
Okay,
that's a loose
2 big
player
blinds.
now.
some of the tables don't have them. No more for live.
Think of it as me as a player.
Big blind.
Queen 4. What'd you play him with? King what?
Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman. I'm here with Bart Hanson. We're watching No Limit Hold'em. Blinds are $3 and $5. You can email us at liveatthebike.com.
Liveatthebike.com. Bringing that back.
Yeah,
$30.
and we will read the emails, or you can follow us on a live thread on 2plus2.com.
Well, here we go. Total Bluff Dock up to 275.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Total Bluff Duck out of L.A. Not sure if that's is that Los Angeles or Louisiana. I'm assuming it's Los
I
Angeles.
think it's Los Angeles. Well, Lloyd's got Ace King and Mike's got Pocket 8s. Flop comes 10, 7, 4, a couple of hearts. Lloyd's going to check.
Bet 40.
Mike is going to bet here.
And obviously, the bid you are making online, whether it be through email or through 2plus2, we have no legal way of binding you to this. But
Well, it's,
We
it's
assume-
any other pledge that anyone makes.
right,
to
exactly.
any type
We
of
assume
thing.
that if you're
Yeah.
pledging, you're serious, and do appreciate everybody that is bidding.
Because if you were to pledge and you weren't serious, it would hurt the others that were serious. that was
Exactly.
obviously bidding.
Exactly.
Okay, 2 small blinds, 2 big blinds. I'll post.
I've got really exciting news for everybody at home. Ruth has misplaced her handbag. Really exciting. We just heard that. Live update.
Ruth's mother. Ruth's mother.
Ruth's mother, Mary, sweet little English lady, has misplaced her handbag.
Yes, sir. Oh my God.
The excitement never ends here at the bike.
Albie's raised here under the gun, Dave. You know what that smells like. And let's see what he has. He's got pocket queens. Let's see if Lloyd makes a call here. No, Albie doesn't really have enough money. It's just gonna.
Yeah, if Albie had $600-700,
Right.
I'd call in a second with deuces.
Yeah, no, he's gonna lay it down. Lloyd's actually played pretty solidly all night. He really has.
Yeah.
He's
Yes.
been one of the solid features here at the table. I want to thank Rick Nebbiolo when I mentioned the fact that Score Bar was my favorite candy bar last week. Comes up to me and he hands me a couple of Score Bars.
Oh, he's kissing your ass. Huh? What a kiss ass.
Yeah, Rick. You know my favorite liquor is Johnny Walker Blue Label.
Yeah, tell him what your favorite type of woman is, too. We'll bring you that also.
4 player.
Four-way action.
For me, my favorite type of woman is my wife, obviously, who's wonderful and probably sitting at home and listening to this.
Ace 8-10 on the flop, a couple of clubs. And Nadiv bet $15 in there with second pair. Luis has got him out kicked here with the Queen 8 in seat 2. And he's going to make the call. Albie's got an 8. Looks like he's going to muck it. And we're heads up. 5-8 against Queen 8. Turns at 3. Now Nadiv checks. And Luis checks right behind him, and the river's a jack of spades. And this one is going to be taken down there by Luis with the queen's going to play. Takes down a small pot.
8-5. Of spades.
Oh, spades.
Had we had a 6 card, he might have been in.
So you want to take that?
We both had an ace.
No more.
I had an 8 of clubs. I showed him. I throw away 8 of clubs. We all 3 of us had 8. Yeah,
In case 8 come out.
yeah, we all had this.
And it's interesting, 7 and 7 talks about the classic tale, you know, act strong when you're weak, act weak when you're strong.
Yeah.
And before, when we saw that matchup between Russ and Nadiv in seat 1, and Nadiv had tripped kings. It was the, should I call? What can I do? You know?
Yeah.
And then, of course, he calls, then he checks it, and then he bets. It was very, to me, it was a tell that Russ should have picked up on. And I'm not saying that behind Russ's back. Obviously, I know he's a subscriber, and he'll go home and he'll watch this. And knows that. And I think he knows it as well. He nodded his head saying, yeah, you got the king.
Katie raised a 20 here with King Jack, and Mike called with Queen 10 offsuit. Katie's picked up top pair. And she's going to bet. She's going to take it down there.
Take it down, Katie. There we go. So did we ever get word on what Katie's uncle, what World Series bracelets he won? Her uncle, Dottie Roach. That's D-O-D-Y, Roach. Supposedly won 2 World Series of poker bracelets. I'm really curious to find out which ones he won and when. And that's her favorite player, obviously. And she's obviously got some good coaching. She's a pretty solid player. I'd like to see her raise a little more when she's got the goods. But she plays a pretty solid game all around.
Oh, he's asking. Oh, look at this guy.
She looks pretty easy on the eyes, too, there, Dave. Seat 9. Kind of a cutie, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Your wife's watching this.
No. It's interesting. I always find it really
She's
interesting.
got pocket jack. She's raised to 15.
Wow, and ace-king here in seat 5. Albie's got ace-king, so got a couple of solid players.
Here we go. Ace-7 deuce.
See, now this is the thing with ace-king versus jacks. I can't imagine her losing any money.
So she's checked
She's
out
not
of position.
stupid.
And Albie's going to bet. And the funny thing is
And
that
she's gonna muck
Albie,
it.
I mean, the way that Albie plays, and no offense to him, he just it's either he's not capable or he just doesn't do it. He wouldn't bet there unless he had an ace.
Exactly.
He wouldn't bet. Flush
Even
draw,
with the button.
Yeah,
Even with the button.
That's clear cut. I think. I mean, I think that's about as clear cut as you say. If you have jacks against Albie, you check.
Yeah.
And if he checks behind you, well, then you're going to bet in with the jacks on the
Right.
turn to see where he's at. You know.
I mean, it's one of the things when you're playing this game. It's the reason big aces don't do that well in a no-limit game is because they win small pots when they win and they lose big pots when they lose.
Uh-huh.
The flop comes out ace jack 2 there.
Yeah.
He's going to lose a big pot. Flop comes out ace 7 deuce. He wins a small pot. And if the flop doesn't come out with a jack,
Well,
or the
you're not saying don't play ace king though,
No,
are you?
Of course not, because ace king obviously can kill ace queen and
Right,
ace jack.
right.
But I'm saying ace queen and ace jack and ace 10, pretty much garbage hands in no limit hold'em. Ace king, obviously, if you get somebody else who has an ace, you can get them on kicker problems.
Unlike limit, where you're going to have people just keep calling you down with second pair and stuff like that because it's just one bet.
Yeah,
right?
it's
One bet.
completely different game.
Yeah. Ace 9-8 here.
Rick's got a flush draw.
Yeah, Nebbiolo bets 15. I would think that Rick is in the blind with that hand, right?
Yeah.
My goodness. Jack deuce.
Raise it.
And Luis is going to raise there with ace 4. He's going to make it 40 more, so it's going to be 55 total. And now Rick's got a little bit of a math problem to do. Again, he's probably only going to be able to see one card, Dave.
You know, when Rick, exactly, that's the one draws. He knows he's only paying for one draw
Yeah.
with one card, and then he's got to pay a whole other price for the river.
Okay.
And it's another thing of going, even
There
if I
he goes.
get
That's
there,
it.
am I going to get paid anything? He throws it away. It's always interesting when people say they see a girl in a poker hall and they go, oh, she's cute. And it just seems like everybody's standards, and this is nothing against Katie. She seems like a wonderful girl and cute. But it always seems like everybody's standards go the guys' standards, in a poker hall because it's like they haven't seen a woman in like 6 months. Basically, they haven't moved from their poker table in 6 months or in front of their internet poker game for 6 months. And the second they see anything of remotely female, they're, they're going crazy.
So total bluff doc is in the lead here with $275, which means that we've raised $475
Well, there you go.
that will go to the Red Cross.
And once again, you are bidding for a Ron Rose book, the Poker Stars, Poker Aces, Stars of Poker book, plus a tank top, and it'll be autographed by as many players as we can see. Everybody involved with Live at the Bike, and a lot of professional poker players and stars and celebrities. And all the proceeds, every penny of it, will go to the Red Cross to benefit those affected by Hurricane Katrina.
Ace Jack Deuce here.
Bet 40.
Mike bets 40 here with nothing.
2 players.
And Barry, who's moved seats over to seat 3, he calls with a weak ace.
Is it hot over?
And it goes check, check here on the turn. And the river's a 3. And the ace is going to take it down.
Aces.
You know, we talk about this now, and I don't think people really realize, not to get too political on you, Dave, that, I mean, this thing could end up being bigger in American history than 9/11. I mean, we're really just in the midst of it right now.
Yeah. It's very, I mean, it's sad in some ways.
Yeah. Probably the biggest American disaster in history.
Yeah, I don't want to get too political on this show. I try to keep it light, but
Yeah.
some of the stuff that's going on there is really sad, and really, I mean, some of the stuff is really barbaric and really disgusting, too, and it just, oh, well. Like I said, I want to try to keep it as light as possible.
Ace Queen of Spades there for Nebbiolo, and he's going to raise it from the cutoff. He makes it 30 to go. A couple of the other aces are already out. There's one left.
$30.
And here we go, Dave, with Luis calling out of position with ace-10 offsuit. And Albie mucks pocket 3s.
2 players.
And it looked like Lloyd mucked a suited ace-8. So there you go. Flop comes Queen Jack 3. Lloyd would have had a flush draw, the nut flush draw. And Rick has picked up top pair. And Luis has a gut shot. Rick's going to bet it.
Bet 50.
He's going to bet 50.
Time.
And this is not a time for Luis to make a move because Rick has just entered the game. He doesn't have many chips left. He's pretty much pot committed himself.
Yeah. It's one of those things, when you first start this game,
and I think he is going to... Did he say raise? And look at this. He's going to... I think... Oh, he just called, Dave. The turn's a 5 of clubs. Well, now if you're Rick, you just move all in, right? Obviously. I don't understand the play there by Lewis.
No, yeah. Well, like we said, Lewis's game is
Unless
really...
he thinks he has the best hand and he's going to call here anyways with
he's
ace
calling,
5.
He's calling for a king. He's calling for the king. I mean, we saw before, you know, when people lose a little money or lose a big pot, their game really goes downhill, and his game has definitely done that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to muck it.
And I just want to show everybody what they're playing for here. This is what they're bidding on. This is the Poker Aces book. And already, we've got Hassan Abib's autograph here.
Yep.
Happy Bluffing, and it's dated. And we've got here the tank top already autographed by Toto Liadis and Yoshi Nakano and Hassan Abib.
Great.
There you go.
Can we stay like that the rest of the night?
That'd be great.
Just cover your face. There you go. Whalecock on 2+2 writes, Ruth's mom's handbag is missing. Russ Fox just busted out. You play detective. Pocket kings here for Luis.
Well, that's actually a chapter 18 of Russ Fox's books. If all else fails.
And Luis is raised to 20 here, and he's going to get called in 3 spots, and we're going to see an $80 pot here. 7, 7, 3.
And sometimes when people
and Luis is checked from up front.
Well, sometimes when people have big pairs, they're really scared of a paired board. To me, that's not a scary board.
And look at this, he fills up on the turn.
You might want to check it one more time even. Who knows? At this point, it's like...
Yeah. Well, now he's going to bet.
25.
Bet 25. Well, you hope that someone might have had a 7.
Well, right, exactly. I don't really understand the check on the flop, but once
No.
you check the flop, it's almost like, shoot.
What's up, fool?
And once again, I just want to let you guys know. Oh, thanks, Isaac. Always catching us with our hand in our ass there. Once again, we've got a 12th annual Queen of Clubs tournament tomorrow, starting at... The tournament starts at 2:15 p.m. The entry fee is $30. It includes buffet and mimosas. That starts at 11:30 in the morning. Unlimited mimosas. And it's a bounty tournament, so you get $5 for each person you eliminate.
Well,
once again, that's tomorrow at 2:15 p.m.
Again, now, Total Bluff Doc, and I assumed that this was a guy. This person is saying that...
Why would you assume that's a guy? It's a girl's picture.
I don't know. I don't know. I just assume that... I don't know.
What a pig you are.
She said, I assume it's a she, that she's going to be here for the ladies' tournament, so it is a she.
Yes, and that is tomorrow morning, Total
And
Bluff.
she is leading in the bidding right now at $275.
$275. Congratulations.
Albie raised there with pocket jacks and took it down.
And once again, Bart and I are both matching $100 each, so total raised is already up to $475.
You're back. Right on. Let's do it now. Let's mess around. Jackpot.
Line, please.
You back?
Promise you 920.
Now, I did notice one of the managing partners here at the casino. Maybe I can mention to him what promotion we've done. Maybe, who knows, maybe they'll even match.
Here we go.
They're very generous here at the Bicycle Casino.
Right away. Rio on 2+2 says Dottie Roach. Limit Omaha 96. I'm assuming that's limit high low, and because I don't think really is such a thing as limit high.
Yeah, it's pot limit high, and 81 no limit hold'em. Wow.
So limit Omaha, you think that's pot limit high, or you
No, that's a limit. I think
limit high low, right?
High low,
Yeah.
8 or better.
Yeah.
I would assume.
And no limit hold'em in 81. So there you go.
There you go. Wow, 2 World Series of Poker bracelets in the family.
Wow, check.
Dave, limit Omaha high really is a game that does not exist, right?
I've never played Limit Omaha
Yeah.
High. Actually, I have. I lie. I played it online once. I played it like $1, $2.
Oh, okay.
When I was first starting to play, I was like, oh, let me see what it's like.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd throw $30 in there and just mess around and kind of figure it out.
Lloyd catches a jack on the river here.
Yeah.
And I think Luis has put a bet out.
This committed now?
He's bet 30.
Now, this is one of those times, if you're Lloyd, it's a matter of how much is in the pot, is it worth it? And how much is in that pot? Can you get a little camera that shot of that pot?
I think he got checked around. There isn't more than $15 in there, Dave.
So now you got to look at it and go, okay, I'm putting in 30 to win 45. Is it worth it?
Actually, there's 25 in the middle. So
Yeah.
it's 30 to call to win 55.
I mean, maybe did this guy slow play something? Maybe he had a jack and a 4, or maybe he has a straight. Well, actually, it's probably about a $30 pot there.
Well,
and Lloyd throws it away. Nice bet there by Luis. Now, our Legends of Poker tournament is obviously concluded, but our next big tournament is Poker October, which
With a
starts
K.
which starts oddly enough September 29th, and runs through middle of October.
Big October with a K.
And relatively small buy-ins, ranging from $100 up to $2,500.
My birthday is coming up in October too, Dave.
A few $300 tournaments. Okay. You know, Bart, it's not all just about you.
I was letting you know so you could,
Buy you something possibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Barry raises with ace-queen off suit here. And, look at this. Albie makes a call with ace-6 suited. Wow.
Well, you said his pre-flop
Yep.
selection's not quite as on bar. But this is where this is pretty much check fold situation.
Right.
I mean, Albie's my favorite opponent. He comes in with questionable holdings.
Right, and
And
then
if he
just-
doesn't hit a monster,
Yeah.
he throws it away.
Yeah.
And even sometimes when he hits 2 pair, he throws it away.
Well, like we saw earlier
Yeah.
tonight,
So, I mean,
Yeah.
I would love to play against 8 Albies every night. I'd never win a big pot.
But then again, also, you're not going to really pay him off either.
I'm never going to pay him off.
Never.
I'm going to
Yeah.
bet once. If he calls me, I'm going to go, okay, he's got something.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Or actually, I'll let him bet. I'll check raise him. If he's got something, he'll call me. Otherwise, he's going to throw it away. I mean,
Yeah.
to each their own. As long as you're playing with your own chips, play any way you want to. But
Look at Rick Nebbiolo with the chips tricks over there with his right hand.
35.
Wow, look at this. Lloyd is mixing it up there with 7-3 of diamonds.
Look at that chick twirl, Dave. Wow.
That's not a lot of
That
poker.
takes some talent.
And we got a heads up here.
7-3 of diamonds against pocket eights. Yeah, heads up. Queen 9-4, couple of clubs.
Yeah, Michael's actually out of there. A7 is not in there. And if Lloyd, he has the button. He has not the button, but he has position here. Button is in seat 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult for Mike to call here.
I don't think he can.
Lloyd's played, again, he's played the most solid brand of poker out of anyone on the table, I'd say, so far tonight. Yeah, and there you go.
That's a nice play by Lloyd there.
Yeah, mix it up a little, right?
Well, it's kind of a mini raise there. He had position. And with Albie having the button,
oh, yeah, you can just...
I would almost raise not only every time I had the button, but every time I'm in the cutoff seat because I
Right.
know Albie's not going to come in.
Right. Or if he does call, you know exactly where he's at after the flop.
Well,
I mean, the position thing.
I can
doesn't
check
matter.
to him and see because he's only
Yeah.
going to bet it if,
Right.
if
Right.
the flop helped him.
Right.
Well, Alfie's got ace-king in seat 3. And I get some big hands out there. Well, not big ones.
Pocket nines for in the small blind there for, that's a new player.
New player?
That is 35.
Michael.
35.
And he's going to call with the pocket nines and seat 1.
Big
he's gonna
man
call
Mike
with
in seat
pocket
7.
threes. Oh, actually, he's thinking about it. He hasn't called yet. So we're heads up, ace-king, and it's actually ace-king offsuit. Ace of spades, king of
So
clubs.
this is not interesting. Nadiv calls before. This would have been the case with pocket 3s. Why not take one there?
And Barry has hit top pair here. And that's not a good flop for pocket nines. King, queen, 6.
No, not really.
And he's going to check.
Check, bet, fold. I'm assuming. Sometimes I actually heads up in a no-limit game. Believe it or not, I will sometimes even check that. Once in a while, just to mix it up against certain opponents. You know, if I'm playing against you, or if I'm playing against somebody who's paying attention, I might actually check that on the flop once in a while. So then you think your pocket 9s or your pocket 10s are good.
Big if it wins. I had you beat before the flop.
Where, as if I bet it, I know there's no way you're going to call me. I mean, I've got top pair with top kicker, so I'm not really scared of anything. And if you have a draw, you're going to call anyway, so. Well, there's another chip count. And look at Lloyd. Lloyd just continues to add to his chip count. He's definitely the winner of the night so far. $1,100 he has in front of him. He's up about 500% today. Not bad. Nadiv's got 800. Katie with 650. Russ was a $400 contributor tonight. Left round button is in seat 7 here. Flop of 6-5, deuce, couple of diamonds. Rick's actually in the lead here, and he's going to bet straight out in the small blind, $15. He's got 5-4. He's got a gut shot, straight draw, with a pair. Get his cards up there in a second. And there they are. Nobody else has much of anything here. And Mike is going to check raise. Not check raise. I'm sorry. Mike's going to raise him. $25 more, and he's got 9-7. He's got nothing. He's got a gut shot straight draw. That's it.
Got shot in an overcards.
Yeah.
And Rick calls.
Rick's going to call him.
Turns an 8, and there's the gut shot. Third diamond, though.
Yeah.
Mike's made the straight.
This is one of those times it's going to be real easy for Rick to get away from this hand, don't you think?
Yeah. It just doesn't have a diamond in his hand.
Well, you figure, okay, if Rick was raising with, like, an overpair or a pair of sixes, like ace-6 or something,
Yeah.
well, he already had me beat. And if he was raising on a diamond draw, well, then he got there too. So,
Dave, I wanted to show everyone out there something cool that we found out back a couple of days ago. This is something that Binion's auctioned off. And they only made a couple sets of this deck, and it's circa 1990. And it's called the Pro Deck First Edition. And it's got all the top players from that time. You can look at Mike Sexton here, over here, Cindy Violette. Oh, there we go.
There
Jim's
she is.
opposite. And Robert Turner up here is the Joker.
Yeah, there you go.
Lyle Berman, all
Robert
this stuff.
Chip Burner
This
Turner.
stuff is probably, this thing's probably worth something too. Again, we just found that and it was pretty cool. Marsha Wagner is in there too.
And we're not auctioning that off.
No. Just
I don't
thought
want
that
people to
was
get confused.
interesting. That might actually be worth a lot of money there.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And a flop of ace 8-6 here. Luis is getting good control here, but Mike's going to bet it. Mike's got 10 deuce of clubs. Got backdoor flush draw, but he really has nothing here. And let's see how Luis plays it here. He's got top pair. Now, Mike has shown a propensity to bluff here. This might be a case where you let him bluff.
Oh, yeah. Luis just has got a smooth call here.
Well, there's some players I don't mind letting them bluff, you know?
Well, it turns a 4 of spades. Oh, Mike's going to check behind him. And the river's a queen. And Mike was drawing dead on the turn. And now Mike is going to have to bet.
Yeah, but now it's not going to do it, I don't think.
He's going to bet 45.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
The pot was about 80, so it's one of those. If you want to bet, if you want to bluff on the river, you got to make it believable.
Yeah. I don't mind the check there, Dave, up front to induce a bluff. I see it a lot in limit as well, where, if you have a marginal hand in limit, let's say that you've called with middle pair on the flop, and you check the turn, and the person checks behind you, and an inconsequential card comes on the river, if that person isn't willing to necessarily always call down bluffs, I see people automatically bet the river from up front, as opposed to checking and calling, perhaps inducing a bluff.
Right.
Specifically in limit. It just seems like they automatically bet the river. I see it online a lot, too.
Well, it's almost like they get annoyed. They're like, shoot, the guy bought a free card. I'm going to bet it now.
Yeah.
Instead of going, no, check it again.
Yeah.
Let him bluff at it.
Yeah.
It's the only way you're going to make more money out of it. I understand what you're saying. It's a good play. No, I like the way Luis played that hand.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a time to slow play things. There's a time to mix it up, and each hand is different.
He might win though. This is like a chop.
Wow, we're getting word that it actually was a limit Omaha High tournament.
Really? Wow.
And I didn't even know they had that.
No,
I
I
just
didn't
thought it was
either.
just pot limit high.
Yeah.
Pot limit Omaha, that is.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. So he won a no limit hold'em tournament and a limit high Omaha tournament.
Limit Omaha.
And look at that shot.
That's why.
And you would think that I just went and clicked on the link that Kevin Mapp posted on 2+2. Yeah, it would be. It is limit high because they would say limit high low, obviously, right?
No, clearly.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder how many times they did that. And he played against Men the Master.
Men the Master, he beat in the final hand. Wow.
It looked like Men had a pretty good hand at the end. Ace, King, Jack. That's a pretty strong hand in limit high. Omaha.
And Dottie Roach had it. What was it?
2 pair, it looks like.
Jack 8-7-4.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
8s and 4s, one over aces.
Obviously, Dottie had a good chip lead on him.
Yeah.
Flop of ace 9-5 there. Rick's hit top pair. Mike's got bottom pair here.
Rick is in late position. I was saying, what's he doing in there with ace 10?
And he's going to take it down.
It looks like the bidding war is pretty much slowed down, though. Again, the person there who's in the lead is 275. So if anybody else wants to step up and bid 300, again, we're auctioning off this great Poker Babes pink tank top.
We've got a pink tank top that I wore the other night for about 2 seconds.
Ron Rose's Poker Aces book, and we are going to get them signed by pretty much every player that we can get our hands on.
Yes, I promise I will do my best to get as many players as possible, plus the shirt. Everybody involved with Live at the Bike will sign it.
And I don't know how much this book retails for, David. I got to say it's
it's about a $29 book. Yeah,
$30. Yeah. So.
It's about a $29 book. And if you add in some of the autographs that we're going to get in here, plus it's for a great cause.
Yep.
In the end of it all, you're helping people that in need.
Total Bluff Doc is in the lead.
I'm mad. I don't want to call. You don't want to call. Open what I need, not what he needs.
Jack 10, and 6-9 offsuit here. Looks like there was a little bit of a raise. And we're going to see a flop. Ace 8-5.
You're not scared, huh?
Nadiv is going to continue to bet here. He had the betting lead, I believe. Vari's going to muck. Albie's going to muck. And he's going to take it down.
And just want to let everybody know at home, listening on Live at the Bike, if you are not connected to 2+2, but you want to bid on the book and the tank top, remember all proceeds do go to help the hurricane victims down in New Orleans and Mississippi. If you want to bid, you can actually email us at liveatthebike.com and put a bid in there. The bidding will close at 9:50 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Shorten it up. Whoa.
What are you getting base for? Why?
Too many people.
Whole bunch of red cards being represented here. Got a $20 raise there out of seat 6. Mike is going to raise it up with King-Queen offsuit.
I'm going for the underdogs, and that's me.
Wow, we got a little pot here now. 5-handed, $20 a piece. We got about $100 pot, actually. And to the flop. Flop a 10-7-3 rainbow. And I believe Lloyd is in the lead here with top pair and ace kicker. Top pair, top kicker. Now this is a big pot rate. It's about $100. So. And Vari's going to try. Vari's going to try a $25 bet, and Lloyd is going to have none of that. He's going to raise it up. $75 more. He's going to make it a nice $100 bet total, which is a nice bet there. Gets rid of all the riffraff here, and I think he might take it down.
Top pair, top kicker.
Yep. And Vari's trying to decide if he wants to take one off here. Really well played by Lloyd here. And if you're going to be in there with ace-10 and everybody checks to you, better take a shot at it. And he takes it down.
Yep.
Nice bet there.
Again, I haven't seen Lloyd really do anything out of line all night.
Yeah,
which is somewhat rare in this game, Taylor.
Yeah.
I mean, even I make mistakes.
I won't even go there.
I would expect it from you. Come on.
It's interesting. A lot of players will just call that $25 bet, thinking, "Oh no, I'm scared."
Oh no!
But that was a good raise.
Absolutely.
Getting rid of.
in.
You got to figure the kings, the queens, the jacks are behind you, and you don't want them sitting in there. Their ace-10 is very vulnerable.
Anybody scream!
And that's another $125 added to Lloyd's stack.
Yep.
And he's up over $1,300 now. He's making a killing in this game.
Vari's going to limp in there with 5-7 offsuit. Albie coming in with deuce 6 of diamonds on the button. And we're going to see a $20 pot here. Ace, king, 10. No one really has much of anything here, Dave.
No. This is one of those whoever bets is going to get it.
Lead. Oh, jack high. Jack high.
Let's see if Mike bets it.
Well,
he likes to bet everything, so why not bet it?
Oh, he's in first position. Turns a 5.
Vari picks up a pair of 5s, and he bets it.
Bets 15.
And once again there, look at Mike. Mike was on the button. He limps in. Mike actually limped in on the button with 9-3 offsuit.
Yeah.
It gets checked to him, and he doesn't even take a shot at it. Why wouldn't he take a shot at that? What's the value of limping in?
Who was on the button there?
Mike, Albie, I'm sorry.
Oh, Albie.
Albie
has deuce 6 of diamonds.
He had deuce 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, still,
No,
you're in position. Why not take a shot at it?
Yeah.
Thank you. What's going on? Did I miss out?
And the bidding is coming to a close. We've only got about 10 minutes left, folks. But I want to thank everybody who did bid, who bid on the book and the tank top.
Yeah.
No, I just want to cut. Give me a next time, okay? Oh, no, it's good.
Time and time again, we poker players, we prove to the world that we're good people. No, it's funny. A lot of poker players in the past we've gotten people that were thugs, poker players. They sit in the back rooms and they smoke and poker players. It's nice to see poker players coming out and really trying to help each other and help other people in need. I, for one, I was one of many people who donated 1% of any winnings I had at the World Series of Poker to cancer research. Unfortunately, I didn't do that well at the World Series of Poker, main event that is, and didn't donate anything. But I was hoping to donate good change. I would have loved to donate $75,000.
No, because they bring in either big ass trunk.
What figure would that represent, Dave? Let's see here. Add a 0 and then another 0. Oh, the main event.
Get a raise from seat 2 here.
Oh, he's got pocket kings, and the big blind's got pocket 10s.
I'll put it right here.
Now, $15, I certainly take one off here from Katie. For $10, I'm already in for 5.
Yeah. Well, the question is, do you re-raise here with pocket 10s?
Yeah.
Although Luis has pretty much played it standard.
Yeah,
Kind of
why
Barry
not?
Greenstein-esque. He's raised pretty much everything 15.
Yeah, why not? Why not take a
Three
flop,
times
see
the
what
big
happens? Now she might be in trouble.
6, 7, 3, and Mike has got a flush draw and a straight draw. Gut shot to the 5, heart draw, and Katie immediately bets. She's going to bet 40.
And if the 5 comes, he actually has the higher end of it. He's got an 8. So
And let's see
Katie's
if
going
Luis
to come out
raises
straight with
here.
40. Let's see. I'm sure he's going to raise that kind of board. This could get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to raise the minimum.
Yeah, he's going to make it 80.
That's not a bad raise.
Well, now if you're thinking about semi-bluffing all in, again, the purpose of a semi-bluff, you have to factor in the chance that a guy folds, Dave, and now that I think that he doesn't have enough really to do that. So I
Right.
think now he's just going to call it.
And the pot was $45 going to the flop.
Yeah.
And now it's an additional $120. So we're looking at about $165, $170 pot.
So I say if he moves all in at 200 and a bet and a raise, I think that the option of somebody saying that
Right.
I'm going to fold is out.
He's got a huge hand here.
Yeah.
I mean, any heart he's got to figure is good. Any 5 he's got to figure is good.
And there you go. He's going to semi-bluff all in.
That's not a bad play. Now, I would imagine Katie gets rid of this here.
Yeah, well, the way that, she's been pretty conservative
Right.
here.
And he puts 200 in there, I think, about a little over 200. So we're looking at about a $400 pot now.
$400 pot, and it's only 120 for Luis to call, and that's why I'm saying that at this point he's going to call easily with an overpair.
Right. But I don't mind it if I'm Mike, because I've got a big hand.
Yeah.
I don't really mind it that much. You figure I've got 9 outs plus 4 5s. I've got 13 outs.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 9 plus 5. We're talking 14 outs.
Look at Katie. She's looking over at Luis and looking at his stack.
Right. I'm sorry, 13 outs because one of the hearts obviously is a 5. So you're talking 13 outs with the dead money in there already. Why not risk 200? I'm risking 200 to win. Probably about a $600 pot.
Yeah. And against 2 black kings, I think it's almost even, Dave.
Yeah, he's just.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a small underdog.
Right.
I mean, we're talking maybe 55-45 here.
And Luis is going to call. So we quickly have about a $600 pot, one of the biggest ones we've had all night.
And in a cash game, this is not a bad play with 8-4 of hearts. And there it is.
There
5.
it is. The 5 comes on the turn.
That's
and
it.
River's
It's
a
over.
9.
And it looks like a suck out, but honestly, it's not that much of a suck
No
out.
way. No,
He had
it's
a
not a
lot
suck
of.
out
He
at
had
all.
13 outs.
Yeah.
And it's actually the correct play by Mike there.
Yep.
Like crack aces, is that why?
And Mike takes it down. You know what though?
Now the only thing that you can question is just the pre-flop call. 4-8
it
of
was only
hearts. It's
$15
just-
though.
Yeah, but 4-8 of hearts. I mean, there's no.
I'm risking 15 to win. What 400 here?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I mean,
but
I
what
think the pre-flop raise is a little small, don't you?
Yeah, he's been bringing it in for 15 every
Yeah, no, I know.
time. I mean, 4-8. You're really. I mean, that's like a once in a million flop for 4-8.
Right.
I just think it's too.
No, yeah, I don't like.
inferior there's too many gaps. In there.
I don't like 3 gappers.
Yeah.
Because you can't flop the nuts. If it comes out 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
somebody could have 8, 9. But I guess he kind of figured, these guys are playing it pretty tight. And if you put guys on big pairs like pocket kings or something like that, well, 8-4 is the same as 8-4 is the same as 5-4. I think I'm deaf. Donna just, I'm not sure if she sneezed or screamed or whatever, but something in my ear. Donna's our lovely assistant on the floor, everybody. And she helps. And
Albie's got pocket 10s, and he's going to make it 20 to go.
She's our voice in the sky. She helps us out.
Well, look at this, Mike. We say sometimes if you win a big pot, you get to play a little bit better. He's going to call 6-9 offsuit here. Oh, and Katie's flopped the big hand. King, queen of spades, overcards, and a flush draw.
Yeah, Mike's got
And Albie checks the flop. He checks the flop.
And she just
Mike
calls.
bets, and she just calls. Now what does Albie do? Mike bets with top pair.
I'm thinking Albie's got to move on this a little bit.
He's just going to call, Dave. Wow.
I'm amazed.
Unbelievable.
Well, I'm not amazed. We've been watching it for the last...
Oh, the turn's a 9. Mike's hit trip 9s.
Oh,
on
Mike's
the
on
turn.
fire.
Katie checks. Albie checks. Mike bets.
And it looks like 40 this time.
Maybe 50.
50?
And
She's going to call one more time.
Yeah. Katie really is just check calling all the way, Dave. Just every hand. Call,
Well, at this
call,
point,
call.
you can't...
No, I
once
understand.
the board pairs,
I understand that, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's been a pattern.
I would have liked the play on the flop.
Yeah. And now Albie's got a decision. He's got an overpair.
Yeah. And now Albie can throw his hand away pretty easily.
He does. He's going to throw his
But,
hand
I
away.
mean...
So Katie's going to need to catch a spade here. And the river's a queen, which might kick her in here, Dave.
Yeah.
Look at this. She's going to bet it. She's going to bet right out here.
And is this maybe a little bit of a slowdown bet, hoping that she can get a free showdown?
What would hurt Mike there on the river if she had Jack 10?
Jack 10.
Jack 10, yeah.
She
could have an open-ended straight
Well, that's
draw.
what she could be. I mean, she could have spades or Jack 10 there.
Yep.
That's a draw.
Yep.
And which is why I would just call if I was him, to be honest with you. But
Looks
he's
like
going to
gonna
raise it.
He makes it 100 to go. And Katie calls, and Mike's going to take down another big pot there.
She's played pretty
6-9.
solid all night, and that's a pretty questionable call there.
Yeah.
I like the bet into him. It's not a bad play. She gets a free showdown that way, representing Jack 10.
Yep.
But once he raises, it's pretty obvious where he's at,
Yep.
you know? And Mike, he suddenly now he's...
Well, just like we said,
up to
Albie
$1,000.
races. I look down at 6-9 offsuit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, and the reason why, Dave, again, is he made all the money off of Katie, but you don't know that she's going to come in the blind. Albie mucked on the turn. He had no overpair.
Yeah, I got to be honest.
There's
I
no
don't-
implied odds.
I don't mind calling Albie's ranges because he doesn't bet them. You know what I mean? I know I don't have to face another bet. Like, I'll give you an example. If I'm in the big blind and you raise on the button, Bart, I'm not going to call you because I know if I don't hit the flop and I check to you, you're going to bet. And I'm forced with that. I'm like, oh, shoot, I got it. You know what I mean? I have to almost play it back at you if I want to win the pot. Albie, though, I can call him in the big blind because if I miss my flop and he misses his flop, he's not going to bet it anyway. It's not going to cost me anything.
Lloyd raised here with pocket jacks. Louis called. Lloyd's going to bet here on the flop.
Good bet there. I like the bet.
And he's going
Finds out exactly where he's at.
Look at this instant information. So Omaha High Limit stopped in 2003. It was held in 1983, 1985 through 2003. So I don't know why in 1984 it wasn't held, but there you go.
They
So
went
it
on
was about
strike in
20
'84.
years. What's that?
I don't know. 84.
Maybe it had something to do with the Russians. I don't know.
1984, the Olympics were held, the Summer Olympics
Yeah.
were held in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Maybe it had something to do with that.
Yeah, maybe the Russians played Omaha High. They didn't have enough players.
I have no idea.
But there you go.
15 today.
I have never seen it spread as a live cash game anywhere.
Limit
High.
Oh, we actually played here for a while. We had a 10-20 mix game that I would play with a fellow named Dimitri, who
It was
works here.
Limit High?
What we do is we played a mixed game. We had Limit High Hold'em, Omaha, and Hold'em, and Omaha 8 or better, and Paducah. And it was a 10-20 game.
How much? Would you get a full table sometimes?
Oh, we got about 6-7 guys.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Rick would play. Rick Neviola would
Yeah.
play. A lot of fun.
Look at this. It gets checked to Rick, and he's going to bet with Queen Jack. I think the pot was just limped around.
I mean, to me, it's amazing that people don't get bored of Hold'em once in a while. To me, I mean, I would love to play different games once in a while.
Yeah. Now, Nadiv, he's got bottom pair. Action's on him on the button. And he's going to raise it up there, Dave. And I can't see Nebbiolo making the call.
How does it raise 80 more?
Makes it 80 more to go.
Wow. Nice play there by Nadiv there, huh?
Yeah.
Takes it away. Thought Rick was full of it, and he was. Nice play there.
So again, we got about 5 minutes left in the bidding.
And once again, let's show what everybody is going for. You are bidding on the Poker Aces, the Stars of Tournament Poker, Ron Rose's book, and we're going to get it autographed by as many people as we can. We've already got Ron Rose autograph and Hassan Habib in there. Plus, this tank top, which I wore, disgustingly, also autographed by Yosh Nakano, Toto Leonidas, and Hassan Habib. And we'll get it autographed by all the Live at the Bike crew as well, and get it out to you as soon as we can. And all the proceeds will go to benefit the Hurricane Katrina victims.
And Total Bluff Doc is again in the lead for $275.
$275. And she will be here tomorrow for tomorrow's Queen of Clubs tournament. Starts at 2:15 p.m. Buffet and mimosas start at 11:30 a.m. And it's a bounty no limit hold'em tournament, $30. Once again, that's tomorrow, September 4th. $30 gets you in. I really think I'm going to put my my lovely wife Melissa in there.
Lloyd is raised here from the button. He's got pocket jacks.
30. Raise.
And he's going to take
He's going to take it down. I mean, it's always interesting when, deciding when to call a raise or not. And to me, I don't mind calling raises against predictable players. And when I say a predictable player, like a player like Albie, who pretty much bets when he has it, checks when he doesn't have it. Hey, I want to check out on GoDaddy.com and see if StopBet.com is available.
Blocker bet, stop bet.
Exactly. BlockerBet.com, StopBet.com. Check that out. Get a picture of me and you on there smiling. Actually, I'd love to get me, you, and Jive. Jive Dadson from 2+2 on there smiling.
10-10-8 here.
Mike there in seat 6, he's got trip 10s. He's on fire right now. And everybody folds it. He wins it. I like how he doesn't slow play it, though. He bet it right out. In under the gun spot, most players would think that he doesn't have it.
Well,
we're just going to double check the email here and make sure that nobody else has bid.
Yeah, that's going to do it, Dave. As I check down at the stamp, I believe the stamp is the email shortcut key that I have down here. Yep, she's won it.
Fabulous. Well, there
Total
you go.
Bluff Doc.
Congratulations. Good karma.
If she wants to email us too at liveatthebike.com so we can figure out logistics and information.
And your
I know
information
she's going
is
to be here tomorrow, but Live at the Bike is kind of dark
on
tomorrow,
Sundays.
so liveatthebike.com.
Congratulations. Well done.
And again, give us a couple weeks so that we can
exactly.
We'll
We'll get as many signatures as we can over the next 10 days, 2 weeks, and we'll get it out to her right away.
Yeah.
And that's $275 plus $100 from you and $100 from me. That's $475 going to help the victims of Hurricane Katrina.
Check the round here. Ace 3-6.
Just when I thought I wasn't doing any good.
Turns a deuce. The button has 10-4 offsuit, Dave. So Michael's really expanding his horizons. His pre-flop hand selection. And Albie bets here as a bluff. Look at that. Queen 10 on that board. Wow.
Call the presses.
Yeah.
Albie bluffed.
It's going to be our last hand of the night, Dave.
Here's the biggest one.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
Our second to last night. And unfortunately, we don't have any music queued up, but Russ Fox took a couple of... it wasn't one of his best nights tonight, but that's probably the last time we'll see him on the show. Goodbye, Russ.
Yeah, the Russ Tribute Show.
Yeah.
He's gone. And you can join us next Wednesday through Saturday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're live at the bike.
Daylight savings time, but whatever.
Right, exactly.
No guilt. I'm not gonna put you in jail.
Is it daylight savings time?
Yeah.
Is it?
Daylight
Wow.
savings time is during the summer.
Okay. Well, Albie's got King Queen here, offsuit.
We don't want people to confuse us with Arizona.
That's rock and roll.
Oh,
Arizona is on Pacific Standard Time. So.
there you go. We got Ace Deuce 4 flop here. I'm sorry, Ace Deuce Jack flop.
King.
Another deuce there. Katie's picked up trip deuces.
Yep,
See
she
if
has.
she bets it.
No, she's going to check.
She's going to slow play it here. So I'm surprised it's slow play there. You can't expect anybody to bet that for you.
Rivers
If
and
nobody
Jack.
bet the Ace Jack Deuce flop, why would anybody
Yeah.
bet the Ace Jack Deuce Deuce flop in a turn?
Look at Rick. He's going to put in a bet here with King High.
Yeah, well, why not?
Because he probably thinks the board plays.
Hey, well,
and look at this. Katie mucks it. She mucks the deuce.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
For $15? No. I mean, I guess she put him on a jack.
And he plays the board just like everyone else, but he bets and he takes it down. Jacks and deuces with an ace. There you go, Rick.
I think Rick honestly thought he had the best hand there, but I can't believe what a tight play there by Katie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's going to do it for us, folks. Again, congratulations to Bluff Doc for winning all this nice stuff.
Yeah, that's fabulous.
Tank Top, Ron Rose's book. And that's going to do it for another week of Live at the Bike. It's been a pleasure, Dave.
Always.
For David and everyone else here in the booth, we'll see you on Wednesday for our whale game, most likely 400, 800.
Yeah.
And again, our hearts and wishes, best wishes, and good luck to everyone down south dealing with the crisis that's going on.
No doubt.
So, good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.